Um, Welcome to the City Council meeting of January 21st, 2020. We're going to begin with a closed session item, but first we do a call to order, please.
Councilmember Berg, absent for the record. Councilmember Gama.
Here.
Councilmember Rollins.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Munoz-Schnapp.
Here.
Mayor Hernandez.
Here. Okay. We're now open for public comment, 10 minutes. Seeing no members of the public, we will go ahead and proceed to closed session. Do I need to read the items on here?
The city attorney usually reads the items.
Okay.
I don't know where. Did he go
Okay.
out that way?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I can read it into the record.
Okay,
though.
that would be fine. Yeah.
Okay, there's one item listed for closed session tonight. It's conference with property negotiators under Government Code Authority Section 54956.8 regarding the vacant property on the west side of Market Street between Scott Street and Port Hueneme Road in Port Hueneme, California, APN 206-0091-285 through 305. Agency negotiators are Andrew Salinas, our interim city manager, Charles Green, who will actually be our deputy city attorney, Kevin Spalding tonight, and Stephen Kinney, a consultant with Caris Navigating. Negotiating parties are just the city of Port Hueneme, and under negotiation are negotiating price and terms of payment.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and recess to closed session. Oh, the time is 5:36.
Did you let your nap get away from you?
What happened is is the meeting to transfer over from Monday to Tuesday. Oh no! And then I saw. Did somebody call me? But I was making marinara sauce. I was listening to a podcast.
If you need that.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome and Happy New Year. So I'd like to call this meeting to order. It is 6:31 p.m. and we'll begin with a flag salute. And I've asked Councilman Rollins to lead it, please.
Hand over your heart. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, and since Councilman Rollins is doing the inspiration for the February 3rd meeting, I will be doing the inspiration today. But let's first do roll call. City Clerk?
Councilmember Berg, absent for the record. Councilmember Gama.
Here.
Councilmember Rollins.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Munoz-Schnapp.
Here.
And Mayor Hernandez.
Here. Okay. Hi, everybody. Happy New Year. Welcome. All right, a couple of things I wanted to share before we began. This might be a little different than what you're used to, but I just want to make a few comments as your new mayor for 2020 and share with you my intent for this year. I really want to pick up on the momentum that we developed back in 2019, working together with my colleagues here on City Council and our illustrious staff, and of course you, the voters, and you who sit in these council chambers. And I think we, as your City Council, have been bestowed with the unique honor of serving the people of Port Hueneme, yourselves, and the audience out there in TV land. You've entrusted us with using our best judgment and representing your interest in community decision-making and policy development. So it's my job as mayor to lead the City Council the best I can in the development and improvement of city policies that benefit the future of our city as a whole. And that includes the represented and the non-represented. So I hope to encourage the community engagement. I hope to do this by encouraging community engagement and inclusion, supporting our city staff, and fostering cooperative relationships within and outside the city. And this kind of gets to the inspirational comments that I wanted to make in terms of leadership. And being that we celebrated Martin Luther King Day yesterday, I thought the timing was right to recognize Martin Luther King Jr. for his leadership abilities. He was a genuine leader, not a searcher for consensus, but a molder of consensus. And building consensus is a difficult process. And as you sit here in this audience, you watch us all go through that process. And sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't work so well, and sometimes it's really difficult. But for us, as your City Council members, I hope that we can follow the example set by Martin Luther King, as role models for the community. I hope that we can be a council that is responsive to our community needs. The power really rests with you, and it's not up here. We are here to carry out your will. So with that, I'd like to move on to the agenda. Find my place here. Okay. Do we have a report out from the closed session?
There was no reportable action from closed session at this time.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to now move on to agenda approval for City Council. City Council agenda approval. The recommendation is to approve the agenda for January 21st, 2020.
Move to approve the agenda as submitted.
I'm sorry.
Second.
Mayor, did you want to move up item number 10? Were you planning on doing that tonight?
Oh, that's right. I forgot to put that note down. We are moving one item. Thank you for the reminder. We're moving item 10 to follow the consent agenda. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I amend my motion to support the amendment to then the agenda as noted.
Do we have a second?
And I will second that
Okay.
amendment.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye? Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Oh, there's the report on city closed session. Thank you. General public comment. We have one card here for general public comment, and I'm going to ask our city clerk to watch the clock for 3 minutes because we have such a packed meeting tonight. So with that, I'd like to invite David Scrivener up to the podium. Thank you.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. So there's two things I'd like to talk about tonight, and the first one's a positive one.
Can you speak directly into the mic? It's not very strong
Is
up
that any
here.
better?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
much better. Thank you.
The first is a positive one. I came here in April of last year and really brought up what was going on at Miranda Park and asked for some help with it. And I'm really pleased that there's been a lot of change. You guys have started making some improvements over there. There's some trees that have been cut down. There's been more police activity. And I think things are better, and I appreciate you working at this. And I guess we have better things to come with lights being put in and a bunch of other things. But you responded to my demands, or requests at least, and I appreciate that. I live really close to there, and one of the things that I think would be really helpful is if we could get a park ranger in that building who could, maybe on a bike or something, who could patrol the beach and the parks, maybe use that as a central location. Somebody that could schedule events and try to get more activities going on that are positive. And it seems if we could get somebody like that to do it, it would be a force multiplier for the police department. It would also bring more positive people in and maybe get some sports and things going on. So I'd like to encourage that. The second thing has to do with truck traffic, and I'm here talking about that again. And I ran some numbers. So I talked with the people at the port on a couple occasions. I meet with them as president of Surfside Homeowners Association, also as a private citizen. And I ran the numbers, and it kind of startled me. So where we are right now, excuse me. So it's reported that there are currently 600 round-trip truck trips every day. That's 600 in and 600 out. That's 1,200 truck trips, okay? That translates into 8,400 a week, 36,000 a month, 433,000 a year, and a truck going by every 72 seconds, which is somewhat startling. The port is under the level that they need to stick at, which is 785. At that point, you've got 1,550 single trips every day. You get 10,900 a week, 47,000 a month, 567,000 a year, and a truck going by every 55 seconds. So that's kind of overwhelming, okay? The majority of these trucks travel on Wainimi Road. Am I out of time?
Yeah, go ahead. It's okay. Go ahead.
The majority of these trucks are traveling on Wainimi Road. Some go down Ventura, some out Victoria. And basically, they're diesel trucks. They're putting out fumes. They're running the roadbed down. And we have these problems with rogue drivers who've created some problems. I know Mike from the port is here tonight, and he has been pretty proactive in trying to help with all this. But we've had an incident with my son, who can't be here tonight. He's out of town. He and my granddaughter almost got killed at that intersection in December when they were basically headed towards Channel Islands Boulevard Park, stopped at the light. They get ready to cross it. A truck runs the red light 3 seconds after the light had changed, doing about 40. The guy's on the cell phone talking, just about killed my son, my granddaughter, and the people next to him. Luckily, they didn't go in the intersection. So we've had 3 incidents that I'm aware of running red lights. One was the wreck, one I think Gama saw, and this one, and it's really getting scary. So there's some things I'd like to ask to mitigate some of this stuff, and here we go, okay? first of all, I'd like to see some sort of traffic study to figure out what's actually going on. How many trucks, trains, and cars are going in and out of the port, so we have some basis to make some decisions on. To not allow, the port's doing some negotiations with you guys about buying land. Yeah, I think there's no way you should allow any more trucks to be part of this situation. I don't know how else you move traffic, move cargo, but if they're deepening the port and want to expand, and there's only 2 ways to get that stuff out of the port at this point, and they're,
Okay.
okay. I'd really like you to consider reducing the speed limit for trucks on Hueneme and Ventura Road to 25. They're accelerating, tearing the road up, shaking all the houses, and 25 miles an hour would be really helpful. Okay. Now, in closing, I'd like to say I've met with the port. Mike Morrison, who's here tonight, has been really helpful. He's a doer. He's working on some of these issues on the port's end of it, which I really appreciate. So. Okay.
Thank you very much, and we'll make sure our city manager notes your information and your comments, and if you could submit those numbers as well in writing, that would be very helpful
give it to
to
you.
us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have more cards?
10.
I'm sorry?
They're all fried this one.
Okay, okay, thank you. All right, let's move on to presentations. The first presentation is the Alaska Flight 261 20th Anniversary Memorial Proclamation. For those of you who are too young and don't quite remember, but 20 years ago, we had a crash off the coast of Port Hueneme, killing 88 passengers, 5 crew members, and 83 victims. I was involved actually in the response to that crash. I was working at the time for the Ventura County Office of Emergency Services, and we activated our Emergency Operations Center, and for 7 weeks we provided support to the National Transportation Safety Board and the U.S. Coast Guard, helping coordinate over 73 different agencies who responded. But I think the most significant thing about that incident was the community support that came forward in helping the families recover from this tragedy. And the families have come back every year since. On January 31st, they come back and they honor the lives lost. And as, of course, most of you know about the monument. The monument was constructed a year or 2 later, and that is the focal point for the memorial. So we will, I'm not going to read the proclamation, but I'll be presenting it to the families at the 20th annual ceremony on January 31st, beginning at 3:30. The community is encouraged to be there. We'd like all your support, and the families certainly appreciate having all the first responder agencies present and having you, the community, also present as they continue to mourn the loss of their loved ones. Would the council like to have any comments about this?
Yeah, so at that time I was at AT&T Wireless, and you might ask, well, what does wireless have to do with this crash? Well, we were activated that evening, and so I was one of the first responders as well, because we realized it was an international flight. It actually originated out of Puerto Vallarta, and the interesting thing is that we're looking to Puerto Vallarta as our sister city. Mm-hmm. And so that connection could be a nice connection for then these families to understand really what transpired 20 years ago. And so our whole take on it was to activate these temporary cell site on wheels, but we had to get authorization. So we ended up having a couple of those deployed and up and running within 72 hours of the crash. I remember it was a Monday night. I remember that evening I was going to then pack for 3 days worth of travel here and there. And to understand that a really big plane like an Alaska Airlines plane could come down from the heavens into our ocean over on the other side of Anacapa Island was really kind of you never really think that that could happen, and it did that year. And so the interesting thing is that there were several families from our general area affected by a family member actually being on that flight. I attended school with a gal from elementary school through high school, and one of her nephews was on that plane. There were a few workers who actually worked for sister companies of Alaska Airlines that lost some of their coworkers on that flight. And so we really, why is it Port Hueneme? Well, it's the closest land portion to where the plane actually came down. And so, even though it was a sad state at that time, and you'd think that every year as the families come back, that's part of their healing process. And the interesting thing is that the name Hueneme is generated from a Chumash word that means resting place. And so you come then to find out that these family members had family who died on this plane, and we get to honor them in a place called Resting Place. It kind of all makes sense. Mm-hmm. But we look forward to hosting the families for a 3-day gathering. I believe it's going to be more extensive than in years past because they actually have gotten to the 20-year mark of remembering their lives and remembering what, tragedy striking, but trying to process it and move on as a group. And with our former police chief, Stephen Campbell, who helps them each and every year, he's become their best friend. And so he's really then been an extension of the community as well to help with all of this.
So we'll have over 300 family members here, so it'll be quite a gathering. We'll have Alaska Airlines here as well. They're actually paying for some of the families to fly here, so they've been quite involved in the recovery as well. I won't go on, but I'll let Councilman Gama comment.
Yeah, it's I remember the day as well, and my former tenant who moved 2 houses down from my house was the chief of the Coast Guard and was highly involved in it, and so I was getting minute-to-minute updates and day-to-day updates, and it's just hard to believe it was 20 years ago. This morning, I like to do this little thing and catch the sunrise, and I don't know if you could see this. I just emailed this to you, Christy. Maybe we could get it up there. I don't know if we could pull that off, but it's an amazing place, and it really, really serves well for the families there. And knowing the families, I've got to know the families over the last few years when they come out, and they come out in the day before they clean, and we help them and we work together. And every Saturday, me and some volunteers get together and we sweep the sand off and keep it nice and neat. And it's just a real good thing that we have here, resulting from a tragedy. So if you have the time, and be very nice for any and all of you to show up and just be a part of the celebration of life. Thank you.
Councilman Rollins?
Yes. I did not live anywhere near here when this happened. However, we hear of plane crashes all the time, and what struck me about the city of Port Hueneme is how they've been supportive and they've remembered these things that are, they happen all the time, but they happened in our community, and we have been supportive of the people who lost families' lives, and we can keep their memories alive. And the fact that we help facilitate, put up a permanent memorial, it just says volumes about our city and the community around it.
Thank you. All right. Let's move ahead then to presentation number 2, Genesis LLC, presentation on plans for city's Blue House property. Do we have a presentation?
Yes, ma'am. So Genesis is here to make a presentation regarding the property known as the Blue House. Mr. James Gilmer and his group have been talking with the city for approximately 2 years about this property. The city is anxious to move forward on this property, whether it's with Genesis or putting the property back up for sale. Genesis has a strong vision and would like to help them. We would like to help them make this vision come true while at the same time making progress on the development of this site. So he's here to talk about that vision.
You may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members and residents and city staff. I'm Jim Gilmer, and we have a very brief presentation that gives you an overview. One of the things we're very, very appreciative of is city staff has been embracing us and providing a lot of support and being patient with us as we move forward in this project. Certainly, we're a property management entity. You can go to the next slide, please. We're much more than just trying to do some cannabis or facilitate cannabis operations. GHWL itself is a non-cannabis entity. It's involved in the community development, the real estate, and facilitating relationships with other partners that will come in and be involved with the actual independent cannabis operations. But all of us in our team are from the area, South Oxnard, Port Hueneme. We've been around for many, many years. Some of you on the dais I've worked with in the past in community activities. So we're very, very committed to community development, PR. I heard someone talking about Miranda Park. As soon as we start making money, you can count on us to help out with that. You know, very, very dedicated, playing basketball for years at Miranda Park. So it's a wonderful place. So we'll be giving back to things like the REACH program and Boys and Girls Club and so on. Next slide, please. Again, our focus is trying to bring together a collective group of independent businesses, professionals that will come to the city of Hueneme. I have about 30 years experience in health and mental health. I've done this all throughout the state of California where it comes to health clinics, community clinics. As I said, you know, Sylvia and I have some background in doing mental health stuff before. We're trying to transition that into the CBD, hemp, and cannabis arena. I'm a Vietnam veteran. I know that the Veterans Administration have recognized those practices and treatments. So one of the things we're really excited about is our commitment to holistic development, social entrepreneurship, and our mission is going to engage us in developing these holistic health and wellness centers. And we see that as being a strategic new element for the property titled the Blue House. I went to a convening of the Veterans Administration last year, and it was all the major VA organizations in the state of California. I was one of the speakers there, and myself having post-traumatic stress syndrome, I'm a disabled vet, I do use CBD. I do use cannabis from time to time to sleep, and I know many, many other vets do, and it helps them. My background in social justice and working with the poor, we want to be able to provide health and wellness at a very, very affordable rate to people who can't even afford it. We'll work with law enforcement and others to make sure that's available, because the number one thing that we like to do with this wellness center is located at the Blue property. We've talked to our architect, and we've come up with several different kind of concepts. The main thing is that the Blue House will be preserved in some form or fashion. Either it's a monument, or we may even redesign that area working with city staff. Someone has come up with the term Blue Village. I kind of like that. It's kind of, you know, savvy, but we're looking at the Blue Village and maintaining some aesthetics and some ambiance and creating health, wellness, cultural experience. I have my team here, Calvin Harrison, which he'll come up and talk about the more cannabis operations, but also have Ryan Skolick, who's a music production person. He's all in the arts, community activities, works with the Dallas Cowboys, you know, doing security for them. So Chief will be really good with security. He does it for the Cowboys. So anything that we have coming up. But we're going to involve arts and music in that area as well. So outdoor venues, musicians. It's going to be much more than a typical, you know, recruitment of dispensaries and cannabis stuff. It'll be more community oriented. Next slide, please. You can go to the next slide. That's sort of a repeat of some things that I've already said. We're a diverse leadership team, subject matter experts. We have, you know, probably 40, 50 years collectively in doing these types of operations and community developments. Next slide. our major milestones, which is the meat of the discussion tonight, is I brought Calvin Harrison here, who's the CEO of Genesis Concierge Services, and we plan on submitting our application. You want to come up, kind of talk about that real quick, real minute?
Good evening, everyone. So basically, the applications for the delivery service, our attorney is looking over the paperwork. We're pretty much done, and we're going to be submitting to the city to set up an appointment where you guys can take a look at it, and then we can move forward from that.
So that'll be about the end of this month?
The 27th of Monday, the 27th of this month, January.
Okay. And later on, as we develop the delivery service, I think Cal has plans to launch the dispensary late summer. So we're looking at that as well. As I mentioned about premium events, one of the things that I miss about Hueneme is I used to come to the Hueneme Beach Festival. It was a fantastic thing. And many of you have heard it. We have music, we're involved with sports. My nephew's LA Rams. We want to help the community re-engage some of those lost activities. I love music, I love dancing, I love to have a good time. Those were wonderful activities, great food. Brian here is connected with a whole host of musicians. Funk Fest, we got some ideas we want to bring to the city and to the residents to see if we can help out with that. And so those are some of the things we'll be doing with Brian. And then I mentioned the Health and Wellness Center will be a joint venture between a nonprofit and for-profit. And what's really going to be exciting when we build the facilities where the Blue House is, we already have chiropractors, we already have dentists, we already have yoga experts, other holistic practitioners that are waiting to come and practice their profession here in the city of Port Hueneme. So that's going to be probably a very, very unique experience. UCLA has a cannabis initiative, and they have all kinds of great research on the benefits of CBD, hemp, and cannabis, fighting all types of terminal diseases. We're trying to collaborate with them and others to make this a signature branded health and wellness center, because we think it can be one of the first, certainly in California, and if not the nation, that's really tied to health, wellness involving cannabis, CBD, and hemp, and other holistic practices. Should there be enough room, the architect's trying to develop a cultivation facility at that site as well. There's some interest in developing a strain for Hueneme. We're kind of looking at that and branding that, the whole beach community, and so on. Next slide.
Thank you.
My last comment that I want to make is we have a lot of different partners that we run into, and this particular group is interested in coming in and assisting and talking with the city. We met last week. They're a phenomenal group. I'm going to save them for later because they'll probably be coming back to talk to you about all the great stuff that they've done in cities like El Paso, in New York. El Paso, they did a 50-acre redevelopment project. It's, phenomenal. So they're interested in doing, entertainment venue development as well. So we're excited, looking forward to it, and we'll keep you posted, and we'll keep working with city staff.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council have any questions, comments?
Yeah.
Councilwoman Munoz?
Yeah, so thank you. I don't know if I should say Reverend Jim Gilmer or
Jim is
Mr.
fine.
Gilmer or Jim. Jim and I, our history goes back many, many, many years, probably at least 2 to 3 decades. I remember meeting
United
him when
Way.
he read, yes, when I was at United Way, and Jim was running the
Zoe.
only homeless shelter in Ventura County known as Zoe Christian Center. How many folks remember that?
I think Steve Kenny does.
And maybe just Steve and I can raise our hands, but, certainly, Jim, you've been out the forefront of many issues here in the
Thank you.
communities for many, many years. A couple of questions I have for you is originally I was on the, I've been on this dais for 12 years now, and your group came up as, one of those that wanted to do something with the Blue House.
Yes.
But at that time, it looked like it was going to be more of like a staycation or a hotel kind of concept. I don't recall it being dispensary and delivery service.
We had the Bud and Breakfast Hotel.
Yes.
The architects
Thank
have
you.
come back at us because of limited space.
Oh,
Yeah, so we're gonna have to work with city staff on that, but there may be some other discussions from other groups that may want to do something like that at another site, and it may be Maikutu,
I see.
at another location in the city. But we're kind of boxed in with parking requirements and all of that, so we've had to kind of modify our plans, and actually where the Blue House is, depending on what the architectural design eventually evolves to, it could be a 3-story, it could be mini cottages. We're kind of open to input from the city and residents and, maintaining the historical heritage as well, too.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thanks for that clarification.
Maybe someone can help me. Is that a historical site? Is it on any kind of registry right now that I'm not aware of it? But okay, so then some really neat ideas and some plans.
Thanks, Richard.
Requires, I'm assuming, a lot of money to do this. Where you hope? How much money do you think you're going to have to put into this to get all these plans going the way you wanted to do?
You're talking about a $5 to $7 million project.
Yeah.
And so we have resources out there, financing, that we're working with. We have investors as well. And we're pushing that forward, with that group.
And when do you hope to actually submit plans to the city as to your final vision?
I put the timeline in the presentation, but the wellness center is like 2021. So the delivery service is this month. The dispensary is late summer. But the health and wellness center, the acquisition part of that, we hope to wrap up this year, and then the development phases of that, because we're refinancing 237, we'll go out and get a construction loan and move things along. We've already been talking to resources about that.
Councilman Gama.
Yes, I'm very interested in cracking this opiate crisis, and I really am a
Yes.
strong believer that cannabis pain management is the way to go. And unfortunately, it's just taken, nobody's cracked through that powerful drug lobby. I've seen in my career as a claim administrator so many times where unsuspecting people go in for a minor surgery end up addicted to Vicodin. And so I just want to encourage you, think outside the box, meet with as many doctors as you can, and try and find a way to get pain management with non-addictive medicine is a way of the future. And I think this opioid crisis it's real, and hopefully you'll be the one to crack into this pain management area, and I strongly encourage you to try and do that. Thank you.
I'm still on the board of Mental Health America of California. I'm the past chairman of that, and I'm also on the board of California Pan Ethnic Health Network, CPEN, which is a major health advocacy group in California that is actually pursuing advocacy along that line. Yes.
Thank you, Reverend Gilmore.
Okay.
There are no more questions. Thank you very much. All right, we'll move along to item 3, Ventura Audubon Society presentation on snowy plover nesting at Ormond Beach. Ms. Hartley.
Hello, council members. Thank you so much for bringing Audubon in here and giving us an opportunity to explain what we do. I've been wanting to do this for a long time. I also want to thank the city of Port Hueneme for the work you've done with cleaning up Ormond Beach with the homeless. And I especially want to thank Council Member Gama for your work cleaning up the beach. It really does make a difference.
I think he deserves a round of applause with what he's done there.
All right, yeah, so this is a snowy plover. All of the photos that I have on my slides tonight are from Ormond Beach the last couple years, taken by one of my volunteers, who's an amazing volunteer naturalist. And before I talk about Ormond Beach and about what we do, I always like to acknowledge all of the many groups and people who have been involved in Ormond. And this is something I've compiled.
Wow.
I'm sure I have missed someone, and if anyone out there recognizes that they're not on this list, please let me know, because this list is growing constantly. What I have found is that Ormond Beach means something different to everybody. And a lot of these organizations, their mission has something to do that's important at Ormond. So tonight we're going to talk about the Audubon mission. Many of you may not be familiar with us. We are not a highway in Germany. That happens all the time. So we're a national organization that started over 100 years ago. This was in response to the feather trade. Millions of birds were being slaughtered every year. Many species almost went extinct. And our organization helped stop that. So our mission is to protect birds and their habitat. And we also have a chapter network, and that's what Ventura Audubon is a part of. There's over 500 nationwide. And this is more the volunteer-based, grassroots, really focusing on local issues because the locals really understand what's going on better than the national organization. So we have, let's see if I get this to work. We have several conservation priorities, and I'm not going to spend any time talking about these other ones. We're going to talk about Ormond Beach, but we're also active on Hollywood Beach, which also has nesting snowy plovers. Mm-hmm. So all of these animals and plants pictured up here are on Ormond Beach. They are also all either endangered, threatened, or almost very close to being in one of those categories. And they all rely on the dune habitat that our least terns and snowy plovers rely on. So when we protect these birds, we're also helping all of these other species that are rare and endangered. And I always try to remind everybody to keep that in mind. It is easy to get caught up in these very charismatic little birds, but we represent an entire ecosystem. So very quickly, natural history of the least tern and snowy plover. The least tern is not a resident year-round. They spend the winter off the coast of Brazil. That's where they are right now. Snowy plovers are here all year, and I had some volunteers out on the beach. We have about 20 or 30 on the beach currently. In the spring, they lay their eggs, and the eggs are strikingly similar looking. They have evolved to be cryptic, so they blend in with the sand. And if you're looking at them, they're very, very hard to see. Both birds, for both species, take turns incubating the eggs or brooding them. And the tern eggs take about 3 weeks to hatch. The snowy plovers are about 4 weeks to hatch. Mm-hmm. And then if everything goes right, these cute little guys come out. And
so cute.
the terns also, it takes them 3 weeks, and they're very vulnerable at this stage. They can't fly, but 3 weeks goes amazingly fast, and they start to fly, and within a month, they're following their parents off to Brazil. Snowy plovers take 4 weeks.
How big is the egg?
The egg is, it's a lot like a quail egg, very similar, about the same size, and it looks pretty similar. So we always talk about nesting season, and what we're referring to is snowy plover nesting season, because they start in March, and we will actually have nests on the ground probably before the end of March. It happens every year. Terns take a little bit longer to come back. They have a long way to migrate. They come in May, and we start seeing nests around Memorial Day, and then they're off on their way in August. So here is Ormond Beach. I wanted to put a map up here so we're all talking about the same place. I think a lot of people in Hueneme, they're very, they walk up from here, but Ormond Beach is actually a really, really long beach. It's 2 miles long. Various landmarks, and here is the boundaries of Ormond. So the area we focus on is the area from the Magoo fence, and we really, in past years, we've actually surveyed all the way down to the boundary between Hueneme and Oxnard, which is really the northern end of Ormond Beach. But as you all are painfully aware, we've had this problem with homeless encampments last year. So we had to stop our surveys. We just couldn't go past that area, and you all know how bad it was. I have students that work with me from Cal State Channel Islands, and I could not expose them to that. So We surveyed down to the lagoon last year. And this is what we do. Every week, we comb this area for nests. And these are two of my students. In fact, one of them is here tonight. There's Kat. She's right over behind me. We map the nests, and we use trail cameras to keep an eye on what's going on with the birds. It helps us figure out if the nests fail, what happened, because we will catch predators on the camera. Last year, we had 55 snowy plover nests and almost 100 least tern nests.
Wow, that's great.
And the little blue crosses, those are snowy plover chicks that we've mapped. And the thing to notice about that is that the nests are all back up here in the dunes, but once they hatch, they come out, they forage here at the tide line. Except for these birds back here, this is the salt pan. They stay put there, and they actually have much better survival out back in the salt pan. We report everything to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and then, as you all know, we have fences on the beach, kind of a combination of this mesh fencing up here, which is a bit of a better barrier, and this post and cable, which is really just symbolic fencing. And then we use predator exclosures, which are cages that we put on top of nests. It keeps predators from getting in and eating the eggs. So we do our best to protect at least the most sensitive nesting areas. We don't manage to fence everything. We have a big open area here in front of the power plant where we still get nests every year. And there's some of our signs that we use. So we have a variety of different outreach programs. I'm going to talk about the volunteer naturalists primarily because that's the one I'm really excited about, and I'm really looking to engage the community here in Port Hueneme because I think this would be a great thing. We do a 4-hour classroom training, sort of the expanded version of this quick little talk tonight, and then we put them on the beach as volunteers. And they patrol the beach, they look for problems, they engage dog owners that have dogs off leash, and they just teach people about snowy plovers. They teach them what we teach them. Okay, so I'm very excited to show you this video. I call this What We Do, and this is much better than any picture I can show you. This is my students and snowy plovers and least terns on camera.
It's June 18th. This is nest 36, and it's 7:01.
I put it right.
So that's going right directly over the nest itself?
Yes, you actually will see birds inside an exclosure.
Oh, cute.
This was all taken last year.
So you leave cameras out there?
Yeah, these trail cameras are out there all the time, which we had a couple stolen last year.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Who are the predators?
I was going to ask that too, thanks.
Actually, after this video's done, I've got the other video. We'll show that. So the chicks feed themselves as soon as they're up and running, which takes a couple hours.
Is that how fast they run, or did you speed up the camera?
Really fast.
They run that fast and then they fall over.
And they're very tenacious too. Is that their sound that they make?
Yeah, only with the chicks though.
So,
This is by Arnold Road. This is right next to the fence. And we put symbolic fencing to keep people back from the fence. But the chicks are really sensitive to disturbance, and the parents are warning them, so they run away.
Wow.
That's a fish, and that's a fish brought in from Ormond Lagoon.
Oh, yeah, there you go. A beetle.
Da-da-da.
Is that a stink bug?
I think so, yeah.
That's breakfast.
Yes.
Well, actually, not. So terns are tough, and they'll attack anything, but for whatever reason, this beetle just was not something that bird wanted to stick around for.
He knows what it is.
There's only one egg. Oh, yes. We might have caught it, and if the SD card isn't full, or if the camera's still going, we might have caught it. Camera is still going. Oh, sweet. Okay. How do I stop it? Stop. Okay. I don't know.
So that's the moment when you come to a nest, you realize it's hatched. You know, we look for evidence of hatching, and then it's like, oh my gosh, we have the camera. So all the video we had of chicks is what we capture with those cameras. So it's always very exciting when we catch chicks on these things. So this is not quite as happy. This is natural predators that we've caught on video. It's about a 2-minute video. Ravens. Ravens are the worst. They're super smart. So this guy knows there's eggs in there, and that is an active nest.
He's casing the joint.
Looking around to see what he's watching.
He's pissed off because he knows it's in there and he can't get to him.
Okay.
I probably should have warned you, but this is what happens. So for the first couple hours, the chicks, they're not very mobile, but they'll move out of the exclosure. So this raven got this chick.
Was the chick in the enclosure, that first one, when he was?
No, he'd moved out, but we have another video of a different nest where the bird actually, the raven reached in and pulled the chick out.
Ugh.
That was actually an active nest at the time that all these ravens were around it.
Oh, skunk. Oh, wow.
We have them.
Coyote.
Coyotes wiped out about 50 tern nests last year.
Oh, jeez.
And this guy, I think, got the clutch from that nest that just hatched. Okay, so that's the wild animal threats. We also have human threats to nesting. And these are all the things that we've documented on Ormond Beach that have somehow or another impacted nesting success. And in fact, all the pictures here that have the black outline, those are actual pictures from Ormond Beach. So a few years ago, we worked with the city of Oxnard and helped them design the Ormond Beach ordinance that prohibits a lot of these activities that we see up here. And I really think it's made a difference. Our nests have gone up since then.
So does your signage now reflect what's prohibited at that location?
So we have signs at the entrances, and
Right, I've seen those.
we also have the ordinance posted. It's one of the things the police require us to do, so they know what they're enforcing. So this is a scene close to the lagoon, and when least terns are raising their chicks and they're growing up and they're learning to fly, they all migrate out to the tide line. So people from who are coming down to the beach, they encounter these birds, they don't even realize it, which is really why we want to beef up our volunteer naturalist program, because if we had volunteers out there, they could be helping interpret what's going on. And of course, this is where we run into the problem with dogs. And here's a picture of me, one of my student interns took while I was talking to this guy with these two off-leash dogs. This is right at the corner close to the lagoon. We have this mesh fencing that surround it, and that's really kind of why we use this more substantial fencing, because we do get a lot of dogs and a lot of off-leash dogs coming up from Hueneme, and it does protect the birds, because this is where we have both terns and plovers nesting and lots of chicks. So again, another chance where it would be great if we could get some more volunteer naturalists out there. And this was an incident that happened a few years ago. We had motorcycles got on the beach, and there's a big area that doesn't have fencing in front of the power plant, and they got in there, and it was a number of motorcycles, and they just rode back and forth. And unfortunately, we had a plover nest right, you can see the motorcycle tracks around here. Somehow these guys actually missed the nest. I'm sure the parents ran like crazy, but they came back, and this nest hatched. We could not believe it. We were there the day it hatched. The unfortunate part is that we also had a number of least tern chicks that couldn't fly yet in this area, and we never saw them again after this happened. So I'm showing this map because it is all of the nests that we have documented since 2003. And what I want to point out is that we have documented both tern and plover nests all the way, this is the outfall, it's a little hard to tell, but that's the outfall right there. And I don't have the chicks on here, but we also get plover chicks that come up here. So I'm hopeful this year, now that a lot of the encampments are gone from that part of the beach. Well, one, we're going to start surveying down there because it'll be safe for us to do so. But there's a chance that we might actually catch nesting down there, especially with efforts to clean it up and get the trash out. I have to mention that part of the problem with trash is that it attracts in predators like crows and ravens, because they're looking for something to eat. They see stuff that humans have left, or food that we get from the encampments. So cleaning all that stuff up makes it a lot safer for these birds. So when we do find a nest, the emergency goes out. I call any student I have their phone number for. I'm texting like mad. And we bring people down to the beach, and we carry these wooden stakes out and rope. And I don't think it's pretty hard to see here, but that's a rope and that's a stake. That's a student that helped me put this fencing up around this nest. It actually was this nest right here. This was the furthest north plover nest we've ever found. And there's a string of rope going here, and there's a bunch of stakes. So we make a big circle around the nest. Often we'll put a predator exclosure on it. We try to give them a lot of space. We've had very good luck protecting nests with this. Of course, the risk is that a human might come in and vandalize, but it's really probably the best chance these nests have when they are established in a busy place. So I'm definitely seeking to build new relationships, especially with the city of Port Hueneme. And one thing that we're proposing doing is doing awareness training for police, lifeguards, I don't know, anybody else. I know the County of Ventura drives on the beach, just to tell them where the fences are, what to look for. We can show them videos of chicks. And like I've been saying throughout this whole presentation, I really want to engage Port Hueneme and South Oxnard residents, because this is your beach, and really these are your birds. And I think it's something that a lot of folks who really love the birds would enjoy, and it's a way they can really make a difference. If we can get that going, we might be able to do monthly naturalist walks to kind of engage the public and let them understand what's out there. I would love to get parking passes for my volunteers. So when we park down at the Hueneme end of the beach, my volunteers don't have to pay for parking. And anything else the folks here are interested in or can think of, I am going to thank all of my funders. This is a 100% grant-funded program. And all of these people have contributed to us and allow us to do the work that we showed tonight. And then I'm making new friends in Port Hueneme. I'm very excited. Friends of Ormond Beach have been amazing. Stephen Gama has been amazing. And all the great work that you're doing on your end of the beach that helps our birds on the rest of the beach. And that's it. I will take any questions.
Thank you very much. That was a great presentation. Thank you. Does council have any comments or questions they'd like to make? Councilman Gama,
So-
fighting at the bit?
Yeah, when I was in college, we used to park at Perkins Road and run out to the beach to go surfing every day for a couple years. I don't know, we called it percolator. And there was a time where the lease turn put their nest way too close to the beach. And what they would do is they would see us coming with our surfboards, and they would literally line up on us, and they would shoo us away. And I told my friend one time, don't worry, it'll turn away, don't move. Just sit there. And it just about knocked him over. And it was really funny. But the following year, it seemed like they realized, hey, we need to move back a little bit. So, and then the snowy plover, when we run into them I mean, they're just amazing little birds because they seem to, I saw a dog, I know it's bad, the other day on the beach, and there's a whole group of them, and the dog wasn't threatening them, and the dog got really close to them, and then they go, okay, now we'll leave, and then they all took off in a group, and so that's kind of neat that they do have their own defenses, but I know we need to do more to protect them. So the only question I have is, when they put their nest in say the walking path, do you move them, or is that a no-no?
So, no, we don't. It might be possible to move them. They use landmarks in the immediate vicinity of the nest. So you would have to move the eggs and all of the little landmarks. So, a rock, a plant, a stick. You'd have to move it. And my mentor who taught me did practice this. Occasionally they'll get washed out. They'll place their nest too close to the high tide, and like a king tide comes in. So that's one method. But it usually doesn't work. If it's a really busy path, we won't get nesting. If it's a path that's maybe not so busy during the week, they'll figure it's a safe place, and then we'll put fencing around it. Yeah.
Any more questions, comments, Councilman?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. This is the first time that you've been here at a city council, so I appreciate you taking the time and putting together this fabulous informational piece. On the Audubon Society, you folks already do some things down at Ormond, don't you? You have groups that meet, because I know it is one of those places where bird enthusiasts come and collect, right?
Yes, so we do field trips occasionally, not every month, but maybe every couple months. We launched from Arnold Road. We had a Boy Scout build a kiosk for us. He got his Eagle badge. That's I don't know if anyone's been up to the Arnold Road end, but that kiosk was an Eagle Scout project. So we're building it into more of a meeting place. And of course, the Salt Pan has those amazing ponds right now that have been collecting water. So we've actually gotten some very rare birds coming through. So yeah, there's actually a lot of excitement right now out there.
I would say that as you listed, maybe some things that you would do once you activate, like the volunteer naturalists and all of that, is to actually have some talks and have people come out and realize that this is a very special place and we need to protect these birds.
Yeah, I think it would be cool if we did, and I did this a little bit through the winter, like a first Saturday of the month, although that would compete with so maybe the first Sunday of the month. It just kind of open, anyone come, and then it would just be easy to remember, and we just do a little walk, and I love doing dune ecology with new people, and there's a lot of things to learn, even more than birds.
I really like, did you have anything else?
No,
Okay.
thank you.
I really like the idea of the volunteers, and I'm wondering if the city, if we have on our website ways for people to volunteer. If we don't, I think we need to establish a place somewhere on our website on different ways that people who want to volunteer can volunteer, and this be one of them. I think would be a great idea.
Yeah, if you have anyone that does publicity, definitely hook me up and we'll work something out. Uh-oh, I have a feeling it's you.
Yeah. Okay, anybody else?
Did you say that the snowy plovers are endangered, or?
They're threatened.
They're threatened?
Yes.
So what does that mean?
So it means that they are at risk of going extinct. It's not quite as severe as endangered status. is equal coverage. I mean, they're equally protected, whether or not they're endangered or threatened. If you really want to get into it, snowy plovers are federally threatened, and in California, they're a species of special concern. Their range goes from Washington State all down into Mexico, but in United States, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is responsible for their recovery from San Diego up to Washington State. So they're threatened over that range.
Through your efforts, have you seen any change in as far as the survival rates at Ormond Beach? I mean, have gone up, down, stayed the same?
So we're trending up right now, and we're actually doing really well compared to the rest of the county. Hopefully this is a trend that continues. I think that our last summer was a really amazing summer despite the problems with the homeless. They did really well because where they nest was not where the homeless were camping. But we did have a very bad predation event closer to where the terns nest, very close to where the homeless are, coyotes and squirrels and ravens. So we suspect that perhaps, and we'll see what happens as the years goes on, but it could be that just all that human activity attracted in all of these predators.
Are the ravens a natural bird in that area or not?
Ravens are natural, maybe not so much closer to Port Hueneme. We probably find more crows down there, but they're drawn in by human activity, and they'll go for anything, roads, trash cans. So they're a natural predator, but they're at unnatural numbers.
They're being attracted there because of the food.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilman Gahn, did you have something else?
Yes, I notice people come to birdwatch to Port Hueneme a lot, and I think looking at this from a little different perspective is that, this is an opportunity for our city to gain travelers, visitors, and I believe that generally speaking, most people are good and they're going to follow rules. And I also believe that your presentation is the hook. That's all that's needed to get people involved in the
Snowy
practice.
plover chicks is
Of birding and believe it or not, there's a there's a I think it's a falcon, and it comes out and visits us just about every week when we're out there, and it flies very close to us, and it lands on poles really close to us, and it's very comfortable being around us. And I know it's a predator bird, but sustainability, everybody gets a little piece of the action, it seems like. It's just a real opportunity for our city. And I also, with your permission, I want to give your information to Larry Downing at the museum, and we want to get you scheduled ASAP to come in. I think you should come maybe 2 or 3 times a year, because judging by the audience interest in this and just the adorability of your presentation, I think it's highly effective. Then if we could work with you to support you and get volunteers that live in Hueneme working with you, all the little things that you need to keep going. I think what we've seen now is that we have a path to better management of that area, and when it comes to the environment, borders don't matter, and we cross the border very willingly to pick up trash because that's what we need to do. And so I just hope that we as a council in the city can really support you and get those numbers up, because it's just a wonderful thing. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thank
you.
I did want to make one recommendation, if I may, is that you offer this presentation to the city of Oxnard, because Ormond Beach is within their jurisdiction, although we have a very keen interest in making sure that that area is kept pristine, and we've helped out in a number of cleaning efforts down there with the help of Chief Salinas and the city of Oxnard. There's been some collaboration there, and we hope to continue that, but I think they really need to see your presentation as well. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank
Very
you.
good.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, let's move along. Moving now to item number 4, funding for pensions and the city's unfunded liability presentation.
Well, good afternoon or good evening. It is going to be tough to follow cute little birds, because I don't have any cute little pictures. I have pictures, but they might be scary, but we'll get to that. My name's Pete Constant. I'm the CEO of the Retirement Security Initiative. Thank you very much for having me here tonight. I know you got a preview of this slideshow, and it's really long, but I'm only really going to cover a third of it. 2/3 of it is for background information, because I know you guys have important work to do tonight. I wanted to introduce our organization quickly. Retirement Security Initiative is a nonprofit organization. We're an advocacy organization that is focused on protecting and ensuring the fairness and sustainability of public sector retirement plans. We work across the nation. I'll reference some of the different work that we've done across the nation as we go through this presentation. We are a bipartisan nonprofit organization. Our founding board members range from the former mayor of San Jose, Chuck Reed, a Democrat, to Dan Lillenquist, a former state senator from Utah, a Republican, Dick Ravitch, the former lieutenant governor of New York, Lois Scott, the former CFO for Mayor Rahm Emanuel in the city of Chicago, and Jim Spiato, who's a leading municipal finance expert. My name, as I mentioned, is Pete Constant. I am a former city council member from the city of San Jose, served 2 terms there, former pension board trustee on 2 different pension funds, a retired police officer, a former police union board member, and a public pensioner myself. I actually get a pension from my police service and also from CalPERS employment. We believe that state and local governments have a responsibility to provide essential services that protect the health, welfare, and safety and quality of life for all Americans, and that the same agencies have the obligation to ensure that their retirement plans are sustainable, fiscally sound, and responsibly managed so that all retirees and employees get what they have earned. I'll let you go through this later. We believe that if you're going to make promises as an organization, those promises should be backed up with funding, that the employees deserve to know that they'll have a secure retirement when they need it most, and that's after their working years. This section here, I'm just going to go through very quickly. You are not alone in where your funding level is on pensions. This is a national issue. Many government agencies are facing the same issue. The problem at the national level is anywhere from a $1 to $6 trillion problem, depending how you calculate it. Everybody has their own set of calculations. This here is from the Federal Reserve. They recognize the national liability to be about $4 trillion. Pension funding levels across the nation on average have been falling for quite some time, since 2000. This is in stark contrast to what the financial markets have done. A lot of people think that this is a problem that will simply resolve itself through growth of markets. And we all know that looking back at returns is not any indication what future returns will be, but people have been trying to do that. The McKinsey organization took a look at the last 100 years and the last 30 years, and then they compared to what we could expect looking forward. The net viewpoint from McKinsey and many other investment folks who really focus on this say that we should have lower expectations for the next 20 to 30 years in financial markets. This graphic just shows that over time, pension funds in particular, when they're seeking a return in the market, if you compare 3 time periods, a decade apart each, 1995, 2005, and 2015, that pension funds have had to invest in riskier, less liquid assets in order to get the returns that they've been hoping to get in the market to fund the pension system. While you see here the expected return of these hypothetical portfolios are similar, the risk, which is measured generally in standard deviation, is almost triple now in the pension plans as it was 2 decades ago. CalPERS, which you are a member of, this is a historical look at CalPERS going back since inception. The blue part, or kind of slate blue or purple blue, depending on the computers you guys are looking at, that is what CalPERS is expected to achieve in the market, their assumed rate of return. You often hear that referred to as the discount rate. the assumed rate of return, the investment return. They use a lot of different terms for it. The red line is the risk-free rate of return in the market. In other words, what could you do with your money, put it away, and know that you would not have any risk of losing your capital. You'd get lower returns, but it would be safe. And that's the Treasury market, the federal Treasury markets. You can see that for about 2/3 of CalPERS' existence, they invested at or below the risk-free rate of return in the market. But in the last 2 decades, they have been investing in a much higher risk level, much like that picture previously showed. This is their performance over time. It's all over the map because, as you know, markets are volatile and they change from year to year. But what we do know is over the last couple of decades, CalPERS has built up a significant amount of debt. That chart there, the red is debt. You can see that after the first recession that we experienced in the early 2000s, CalPERS almost recovered from its underfunding until the second recession hit, and then has had trouble in stemming the growth of debt. The blue line shows the funded status. So if you look at the axis on the left represents the funded status, the axis on the right indicates the amount of debt.
Could you go back?
Oh, yes, sure.
So the green portion, that was in 1999, I recall that. That's when they were overfunded. To what level were they overfunded, and had they ever been overfunded before?
CalPERS has been fully funded or overfunded for many decades. And if you go back to that diagram that I showed you, this one here, in the times that you could see where they were invested primarily in low-risk investments, the fund did not have the funding challenges that it has now. It's really been since the risk in the portfolio has been increased and the markets have been more volatile. One of the reasons we'll talk about a little bit later is a lot of people have been concerned that CalPERS has maybe been taking too long to come to reality. They've looked at the changes in the market as maybe being anomalies in the market, and haven't really changed their assumed rate of return or their risk profile as aggressively as they probably should have. And when I say aggressively to meet the real market conditions, not aggressively to chase returns. So we're going to come back to this in a little bit, but what I really wanted to show you is it's not just CalPERS. Here I picked 9 different plans, 2 from California, CalPERS and CalSTRS at the opposite corners of this matrix, but also Arizona, Iowa, Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, South Carolina, Georgia. And I point this out because all too often you hear the reason we have a problem in California is we give our employees too much benefits. We have this rich benefit and we can't afford it. But you can see that states like Arkansas that have a benefit that's about 1/3 as strong as CalPERS have the exact same issue. States like Arizona, whose benefits about 1/2 to 2/3 what our employees get, they have the same problem. It's really more of a market and structural systemic issue at play. It's not just one plan screwing things up.
So my question is that it's based on the market, but is it also based on the 7% kind of return that people have wanted, and it's been volatile so that we haven't been able to achieve that?
We are going to talk about that in a minute, but
Okay.
it's based on making assumptions that are not grounded in reality.
Got it.
And in a nutshell, as reality is changing, pension funds have been very slow to change. So, for example, you saw the risk-free rate of return, how quickly they followed it up.
Yeah.
But when it came down, they were very slow in following it down. In fact, just moving from 7.4 to 7.1 or 7.0, which they're at now in their assumed rate of return, they stretched that over a number of years instead of saying, we know we're underfunding, let's fix it now. There is a myth out there that our target is 80%. Let's just get to 80% funding and things are going to be okay. And we're going to talk about your specific funding in a minute, but I wanted to point out so that the mindset before we go into these numbers is the American Academy of Actuaries, the Society of Actuaries, they have come out clearly and said 80% is not 100%. The only real target is 100%. You have to be fully funded. And that's really important because funding levels really should rise and fall with economic cycles. If you expect to have enough money for your plan on the low economic cycles, you should be expecting to be super funded at the high economic cycles. And I don't have to tell you where we are in the financial markets right now. We're at the top, and our pension funds are in the 60s and 70%. So that's really the concern. Why do we have this problem? We talked a little bit about it, and that's assumptions that aren't grounded in reality. Across the nation, there's a number of issues. There are really a lot of places that just simply underfund their plans. They say, we know the bill is X, but we can only afford half of that, so that's all we're going to do. New Jersey, Illinois. New Jersey only pays 17% of the bill that they're supposed to pay each year. It doesn't really show a lot of value in the employees that you have if you're not even willing to pay for the promises. You have the volatility, there's design issues, there's many issues that need to be looked at, and hopefully at the end of our talk today, you'll have some questions to help you think about how you want to look at the issues that you're facing and going to continue to face here in your city. I've kind of covered this. We're at all-time highs, but our pension funds are not. That's just a reminder of the markets, with the gray areas being the recessions and all the non-gray areas being not recessions, and that's really key. And the two vertical lines are there just to show you a comparison for that CalPERS chart I gave you. The CalPERS chart of debt fits right between those two lines, so if you want to do a comparison later, side by side, you can see that. I don't have to tell you this. When the rates go up, that means you got to give more money in the budget, and if you're giving more money in the budget, that means there's other things you can't fund, or you got to come up with new revenue sources. It's called crowd out of services. You simply, if you have a pie and one slice of the pie has to keep getting larger because I'm eating more pie than you, that just means everyone else gets a smaller slice. And unfortunately, if you got 5 kids like me who are now teenagers, 5 teenagers, and they're eating more and more pie, I just go to Costco and get a bigger pie. But we can't do that when we're talking about the revenue pie. The revenue pie is largely outside of your control unless you're going to continually add new revenue measures. We have seen employees across the nation with wage stagnation, some where they haven't seen any raises at all, or where they've significantly trailed cost of living because the money is being diverted other areas. We've seen cities throughout our state that have faced bankruptcy, and a lot of cities that have faced what's called service level insolvency. They're still there, they still have cash flow, they just can't provide the services that they exist to provide. But let's talk about you guys. I want to show you your finances here in your city. None of these are my numbers. What I did is I went and got 20 years of your valuation reports and went through every single one of them, the CalPERS, and aggregated them and brought them into pictures that are just easier to understand. I'm going to walk you through that, kind of show you the big picture. CalPERS reports do a great job of showing you what happened in the past. There's a couple of pages that foreshadow the future. I've taken those pages that are charts that most people don't even realize are in the valuation reports and put them into graphs so you can kind of see the trend that you're on, the direction that you're going. But I just want to reemphasize, this is not my numbers, these are not my calculations. All I did is take them and put them into pictures. Not quite as pretty as those little birdies, though. So you get valuation reports every year. They're available to you through the CalPERS website. Organization has an organizational login. They're available there before they're available to the public. They're dense. They got a lot of numbers, a lot of words, and not very many pictures, but there's a lot of information in there. You can go to CalPERS website and look at the valuations for every agency. There's like 1,700 agencies that participate in CalPERS. If you're experiencing insomnia and you want to address that, you can start reading your valuation reports. And you could go through them all. But really, if you wanted the information, there's only really 2 pages in the valuation report that give you the information that you really need. I've highlighted the boxes here, so when you take a look at your valuation reports, you know where to look for the money numbers. This will show you where you've been in the previous fiscal year, where you are this fiscal year, and a 5-year projection forward. These are small numbers. You're going to see them a little bit clearer here. So you have 4 plans in this city, CalPERS plans, and this whole presentation is based on CalPERS. You have the miscellaneous plan and the safety plan that we call classic plans. In other words, they're for employees that were employed, government employees, prior to the statewide pension reform that was referred to as PEPRA, Jerry Brown's pension reform. And then you have the miscellaneous and safety plan in PEPRA, which is the new formula. Those have only been around. They were passed in 2012, 2013. Employees that started, I believe, in the beginning of 2014 have been in that plan. You can see they're a very small portion of the issues. And I see that I have a typographical error there. There's a comma in the wrong place on the miscellaneous PEPRA plan. That's the one I thought I fixed when I sent it to you today. So, but I will make sure you get a corrected copy of that because that number is wrong, and we'll see it again in another slide. But altogether, you have $32 million in unfunded liabilities related to your 4 pension plans, with the bulk of that coming from your miscellaneous and your classic, or safety classic plans. And those are the ones that all these graphs are going to be designed in. So if you look back a number of years, this is how the debt has accumulated over the last several years since 2011. This is the miscellaneous plan. The left side is the dollar amounts. The right side is the funded status, with the dark color line being the funded status. You can see that through this strong economic times when markets have been very strong, the debt has risen, not the funded status. And that's something that's been problematic with CalPERS. If you look at the safety plan, it looks almost the same, toggle between the two. The scales are different because the dollar amounts are different, but the trend lines are approximately the same. Now, this is looking backwards. What's really important, and this is what I want you to pay the most attention to, is what's going to happen in the future, because CalPERS shows you where you are going, because when you get your pension bill, you get basically 4 bills, 1 for each plan, and within that bill, there's 2 segments of bill. What they call a normal cost, and that is how much it's going to cost you each payroll period for each employee as they're accruing their benefits. So employee works another pay period, they get a little more pension benefit, you're paying for that, sort of funding it as you go. You're prepaying that pension that they're gonna get later in the year they're delivering the service. And then you have what's called an unfunded liability payment or a debt payment, and that's how you're going to amortize out these payments that we have here to retire this debt over time. As you look forward, this is combining the debt of both plans. So those numbers on the bottom are small, but you can see if you look up from 2019, we know your debt is pretty high. It's going to continue to grow as time goes forward until it peaks, and then it will start to trail off. And it'll make sense more when I get to the next slide. Why? Because you're making payments into your pension plan each year to try and retire this debt. But one of the problems you have is you've been in what's called negative amortization. In other words, the interest that you've been paying on your debt has been exceeding the payments that you've been making on your debt. It happened to be the exact driving factor that caused the subprime mortgage crisis that led us to that last recession. Pension plans have been in that same situation. The good news is you're almost out of negative amortization, and that's when you see that chart start to turn. And it's right around the corner, and that's important. So this is the debt as it builds going forward, with the gray being the non-public safety, or what we call miscellaneous employee plans, and the red being the safety plans. Now you have to make the payments on this debt, which I've been referring to. Oh, I should say, this chart is only valid, and all of these numbers are only valid if CalPERS earns its assumed rate of return and meets every other assumption that it makes in the market or in the valuation. That's assumptions about how long people are going to live, whether they're going to get married or not, whether there's going to be inflation or deflation, what cost of living is going to look like, whether you're going to grow your workforce or shrink your workforce, whether you're going to give raises. There's all of these things that go into it, the largest one being the discount rate and the assumed rate of return, which are often used interchangeably but are in fact 2 different concepts. Now, as you look forward, This is showing you from the current fiscal year how much your debt payment is going to be to CalPERS in order to retire that debt. And this is taking just your two classic plans and combining them together. In your valuation report, there is a page for each plan that shows the amortization schedule for the debt payment. This takes the two largest ones and just combines them and shows the trajectory. So what's important to look at here is you are here and your debt payments are going to peak here, which happens to be 2031. And you can see the debt payment alone, this is not counting what employees are going to be earning that you're going to pay on their behalf as they accrue, but your debt payment alone is going to go up about $1.5, I can't see it on this screen here, I believe it's $1.5 million a year. Let me look on I have it pulled up on my phone so I can see it better here. It's going to go up from $2.2 million a year in debt payments to $3.7 million, almost $3.8 million a year in debt payments. So a significant increase in debt payments. Now, this, as I told you, these are all CalPERS projections, and this is only if CalPERS meets all of its expectations. So what I want to show you now is CalPERS projections have been historically very wrong. In fact, 3 years ago, they gave you these same projections, and I'm going to overlay them on this chart so you can see how much they've been off. The yellow represents what 3 years ago they told you your debt payments would be. You can see it's a significant change in those debt payments. So now you're talking in 2031, it is projected to be $1 million more than what they projected just 3 years ago. And this is really the problem, because you already know the budget pressures you're under now. And you know that your financial projections, your budget projections have been made based on data that CalPERS has given you, but every year that data changes. And we have seen this pattern from CalPERS for 15 years straight. So this is just a cautionary warning to you. Plan, but know that it's just an estimate, and for 15 years that estimate has been underestimated. And I believe primarily because they've been using discount rates and assumed rate of return and other assumptions that have been below what reality is. In fact, we know that's what happened. And we know they've been slow in dragging their feet to make the changes. Now, I mentioned the assumptions. This is kind of how CalPERS comes up with these numbers. They have to make dozens of assumptions. I mentioned them earlier: salary growth, mortality, how long they're going to work, longevity, interest rates, disability rates, retirement rates, investment rate of return. All of those numbers are put together to create that normal cost, that estimate payment that you pay as your employees accrue time. That cost is shared between the employee and the city. In the PEPRA plans, they share 50-50. In the classic plans, it's like 2/3, 1/3, approximately. And that's the contribution. But the debt, which is calculated by using the discount rate, that's taking every time there's an incremental shortfall on one of these assumptions, it gets piled into debt. That debt is valued, and that liability to pay that debt is 100% paid by the employer, which is you, the city. And so while the employee pays their share of the projected costs, the city pays their share of the projected costs and 100% of any shortfalls. Now, on the bright side, if it ever becomes superfunded, the city gets the credit for that, not the employees, because you have the responsibility for the shortfall, you get the benefit of the surplus. It won't happen anytime in the next 20 years probably, but when it does happen, there's only one assumption that is guaranteed to come true, and that's that the assumptions will all be wrong. The actuaries will tell you. There is no crystal ball. We have no way of knowing what inflation's going to be. We have no idea of how long people are going to live. We can only make our best guess and we know they'll all be gone. The question is, what is the magnitude of that difference? How far off will they be? So CalPERS knows that they need to change assumptions. There's 2 slides here. I'm not going to go through them all, but CalPERS, they're the largest public pension fund in the nation, aside from the Federal Employees Fund. They have access to the best and the brightest investment advisors and actuaries. Their professional staff and all of their advisors have been telling them, there's 2 slides here for you of clips that I've pulled from recent years, telling them that your assumptions are too aggressive, but CalPERS continues to make these assumptions. And they're making changes, they're just doing it very, very slowly. We know that what are cities going to do? Cities are either cutting services or raising taxes. In 2018, about 352 agencies across the state put local revenue measures on the ballot. And what the B was pointing out in this, it was rare exception that the government's agencies actually said that what they need to do is address their pension issue and dedicate the money towards that. They raise a fund to say we need to protect essential services, we need to do this, we need to do that. But what happens is, like in my city of Roseville, California, just north of Sacramento, where I live now, they raised the sales tax, but in order to get people to vote for it, they had to promise all these new services. So they actually went out and have kind of compounded the problem because all that money has been spent elsewhere. I like to say, is it really a revenue problem or is it a debt management problem? Because I know you as a city spend a lot of time managing all your debt and risks in your city, but because CalPERS handles your pensions, you probably haven't had a lot of discussions about how you're going to manage that debt. Over the next 26 years, you're going to pay almost as much in interest as you have outstanding on your debt. If everything goes perfectly, you're going to pay about almost $29 million in interest to CalPERS on this debt. So it's a significant amount of money. Now, that's assuming that CalPERS discount rate and assumed rate of return of 7% is accurate. CalPERS provides alternative numbers. What happens if we outperform everybody and we get 8% in the market? It's still a $21 million problem. If they underperform, which they have been, then it's really a $46, almost $47 million problem. And there are a lot of academics out there and a lot of think tanks that say, well, you really should be valuing this at the risk-free rate of return. If you were to take their advice and do that, then it's really a $100 million problem. I don't think you should be discounting it at that rate, but that's in the CalPERS report. If you want to get out of CalPERS, which I don't suggest you do, but if you were to get out of CalPERS, CalPERS would say, fine, you pay us the risk-free rate of return, pay off your debt, we'll let you out. So you write a check for, actually they're now requiring lower than 3.25, but write a check for $100 million and then you won't have to worry about this debt anymore. Well, obviously if you had the $100 million, you wouldn't be worried about the debt in the first place, so it's not really a solution. I know it's no consolation, but you're not alone. I showed you all those different agencies across the nation. Our state alone has $400 billion in unfunded liabilities, and that's going by the plan's own estimates. That's not using any aggressive discount rates or other assumptions. If you do, like Joe Nation, a professor at Stanford University, he believes that this is really a $1 trillion problem in our state. It's not just cities, it's counties, school districts, special districts, government agencies. It's a problem. And the biggest question I want you guys to be thinking about is, if we have these budgetary pressures now, where are we going to be in the next recession? I can't tell you when it's going to be. I can't tell you how bad it's going to be. I can't tell you how long it's going to be. But I can tell you we've been in the longest up market in the history of U.S. financial markets. So I'm pretty sure I can tell you there'll be a recession. I'm pretty confident of that. The question is what's going to happen, because you weren't 100% funded, 105% funded like you were before the 2000 tech bust. You weren't 100% funded like you were before the 07-08 recession. You're sitting at about 70%.
Yeah, he has a question.
In preparation for this, I did some research, and I noticed that the stock market has gone up 28% in the last year. How is it that CalPERS to earn 28%. So when the stock market goes up 28%, how is it that we can't get that 7% rate of return?
That's like the $1 million question, or I guess I should say the $100 million question. If it were just market returns, it might be simpler to answer that, but we're talking about dozens of assumptions and this huge pension fund that moves so slow. Part of it is they're taking more risk in the market. They have been underestimating the cost of these pension plans for a long time. And the debt has become so much, the interest on the debt is higher than the payments. So it's, if you look at all the driving factors that caused the subprime mortgage meltdown, which led to that deep recession that we've referenced a couple times, CalPERS has all the same mechanics going on right now. And that's really concerning. So what I think you should be thinking about or asking yourself is, what do we do to protect ourselves against building additional debt in the future? And there are a number of cities that are doing that. There's a lot of reforms that can be done. You hear about pension reform, but most of them you can't do because you didn't design the plan, CalPERS did. You don't run the plan, CalPERS does. You can't offer a new plan because you're in contract with CalPERS and they don't allow it. So what can you do? You only really have control of how you're going to fund these obligations, how you're going to balance your budget, how you're going to deliver your service, and how you're going to pay for your debt, how you're going to manage your debt. You can look at agencies around you, all throughout the state, who have put task force together, who've come up with a number of different solutions. I'm working with the city of Palos Verdes Estates, not far from here. They put a stakeholder group together to look at different avenues. But you have multiple issues at play. You have the existing debt, which needs to be serviced, and you have the accrual of new debt every year, and what can you do to prevent accruing that going forward. Really, the only way you're going to come to a solution for yourself and insulating yourself from the pressures that are in front of you is getting folks together and coming up with a solution that's going to meet your needs as a city. There is not a rubber stamp. I can't come here and just say, just do this and it's going to go away, or just do this and you're going to fix it. Because if simply changing the law would fix it, PEPRA would have fixed the problem. But it didn't, because there's other issues. So my biggest recommendation to you is to be aware of it, to talk about it, to focus on it, to look at the risk, not just the risk in the market, that's CalPERS' job, but looking at, are they evaluating the risk properly? What is your risk on your debt? You have a debt, you have a debt management issue. Start thinking about how you can service that debt, because you can cut that interest in a third if you pay it off in 15 years, and CalPERS will let you do that. That's going to take a lot of fiscal discipline to do that, because that's money that's got to come out of your budget. And I've looked at your budget. You just don't have a lot of extra money laying around to throw at a problem like this. So you have to look at what is the opportunity cost of not addressing your debt. What's that going to cost you in services and budget impacts going forward versus dealing with it either on a large scale or a small scale going forward.
Okay.
Now, the rest of this is all about the mechanics of how pensions are funded, which is there for you to look into. I left my cards because I know you have a busy agenda. I will spend time with you. Councilmember Gama and I spent quite a bit of time on the phone talking about these issues. I'm more than willing to spend time with any of you individually or collectively to address it.
Okay, I believe we have a couple of questions up here.
Yeah, so 2 questions for you. So you gave us, what it looks like with others. We don't look any different from any of these other situations going on with these other entities. Is there one that you can point to that says this is what they've done and this is how they've managed it, that they are not showing the red like we are? Is there a best practices kind of group that we could look at?
There's not yet a best practice. Everybody is doing something different. You have places like Laguna Beach that have taken one approach. You have Corona, which has done a sort of a comprehensive like fiscal reform type plan. You have folks like Palos Verdes Estate that's working on putting together, I think what their group is going to come out with recommendations of how to mitigate building additional debt first and then start addressing how they're going to retire the debt. You have the cities that have done bankruptcy. I don't suggest you look at their direction. Kind of look away from that. You have cities like San Jose and San Diego that have done major reforms that have not worked and that have been laden with legal issues. So it's going to really take you guys looking at what bandwidth do you have and what room do you have in your budget to do something. There are some cities across the nation. Philadelphia is a good example. They came up with what they call a grand bargain. So did Houston. So did Dallas. But the Philadelphia one was really good because what they've done is they're going to retire all their debt in a very defined period of time. They went to the residents and said, look, we're just going to come out. We have a problem. We have a debt problem. This is it. We can either keep going on the path we're going to go and keep cutting services and keep raising taxes and keep compounding the problem, or we can say we're going to get aggressive. We're going to reduce it. And they got a special revenue measure for it, and they got their employees to make some commitments, and they did it kind of as a grand bargain to do things together. As I mentioned, Houston had something similar. So there are some things, I'll be more than willing to start sending that stuff to you, but I wanted to at least kind of bring these issues to light and see what you want. We're here to help. We're a nonprofit. We don't make any money off this. We don't charge government agencies. Just like the Audubon Society, we have a mission, we pursue it. And if you want help, we will give you help and guidance. My goal today is just to raise awareness and to hopefully answer some questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Constant. One more question?
I have
We're
one more.
running out of time, so we need to move ahead.
So a couple of years ago, we decided that to put some money away to start tackling this. And I know it was a one-time investment with a group. I think it was about $2 million that we set aside.
That's the PARS.
PARS, yeah. So, that it lends itself to then saying perhaps that we need to revisit that, and it might be more of a budget issue as well, so we could start taking a look at that on an annual basis or every 2 years, right?
What you really need to do there is look at, are you just putting money away, or do you have a strategy for it? And some cities are putting money away saying we're just going to use this money to retire our debt versus just retiring their debt. Some are putting it away just to hedge money for the future increases of normal costs. So you got to be careful that you're not doing something like paying your mortgage with a credit card, and have an actual structured policy on how you're going to not only put the money in there, whether it's ending fund balance policies or one-time money policy or whatever it is, but how are you going to use and apply that money so that you're actually making a change to your trajectory.
Yeah, good question.
Can we get the lights, please? Yeah, thanks.
And the hook.
And one more question, go ahead.
Two things, maybe we could absorb everything you spoke of tonight and then perhaps bring you back and look at possible solutions. Would it be wise to pay down the interest? In other words, if it's kind of like your mortgage, when your mortgage payment comes, if you write a little extra $1,000 a month, or would it be better to put the money in that trust and try to earn greater returns so that we'll have more money available to pay the payment in the future? Maybe that's a question that we could evaluate later on, because I know we're running out of time.
It's exactly what I was alluding to. That's the evaluation you have to do, because if you think about it in terms of a mortgage, you can refinance your mortgage, restructure your mortgage, make extra principal payments, go on bi-weekly. You have all these different things you can do, and they all have different impacts. But what you don't want to do is put money in a savings account just to make next month's mortgage payment so you give yourself a break next month. That's where people get themselves in trouble, because then they just you don't make any progress. Right now you feel good because you got money in the bank, but next year you just use it to make that payment, you're right back to where you were.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Constant, for being here.
Oh, my
I wish we
pleasure.
had more time to
I
spend
will-
on this issue.
I will come back. I can get here in an hour on Southwest Jet. So I'm more than willing, and I'm down here a lot, so I'm more than willing to come down. I left my cards. Feel free to contact me. I'll be more than willing to spend time with you.
Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so
Good luck on
much.
the rest of your agenda, and sorry I took so long.
Thank you so much.
Wow, everybody gets clapping
Okay,
tonight.
very informative. Okay, let's move along to item 5, City Parks Maintenance and Improvement Projects presentation by Anna Hanley, Recreation Programs Manager.
Oh, can I noticed we had some young kids here, and I know they have to go to school.
Right, that's why we're trying to move things along.
Well, I was thinking maybe we can move them along right now.
Well, we've already moved the item once, so,
Okay.
yeah. Go ahead, Anna.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and staff. I'm here this evening to give a brief update on the city parks improvement projects. Specific to, I'll go ahead and jump right in here. Specific to Bubbling Springs Park upgrades, the Port Hueneme Little League's opening day is March 14th. And so we've prioritized the CIP projects specific to that park. First, we have scorekeeper viewing windows that will be replaced in all 3 buildings. These will be converted to rolling sheet curtain-style doors, which will reduce the risk and liability. As you can see from the pictures provided, the task of opening those windows currently is cumbersome and dangerous as is. So the order has been placed and we are awaiting delivery and installation. New scoreboards will be installed on all 3 fields. The current scoreboards have been non-operational for several years, and this is a long awaited improvement. The league has actually purchased the boards, and we will oversee the installation once the product arrives. So I'll be able to provide pictures of those next month after the installation takes place.
And I'm having a hard time hearing you. Maybe you could speak up a little bit more.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that. The community center upgrades, in a coordinated effort with the library, we completed the fumigation, which was also budgeted in the CIP. That took place this past weekend, January 17th through the 20th. Today was our first day back inside of the building, and the gas actually has not yet been restored. When the gas company came in and on site today, they detected a leak, and therefore it will remain shut off until the leak detection company is on site tomorrow morning to make further assessments. So for now, it's cold. No heat and no hot water, but that's okay. As far as Wi-Fi is concerned at the community center, we actually had a site evaluation by a service provider today. That also took place. We're making progress on having a separate line pulled into the facility, and that way we're not using the city's network. We were originally hoping that we would be able to work with the existing line, but that's not the case, so we've made another service request. So that'll be forthcoming as well. Just again at the community center, there's ongoing contributions that are being made to the needs assessment process, identifying issues such as ADA compliance, mass care shelter planning, and alternative emergency operations center needs. In addition to the growing community request for a larger event space, those are all part of the discussion in making a thorough assessment as we move forward. So I just wanted to share those topics, that's an ongoing series of meetings. The Parks Master Plan, that's a joint approach from the Community Development Department, the Economic Development Consultant, and the Recreation Division. We had stakeholder interviews on January 9th. I know a few of you were also a part of that. We had a great cross-section of representation, and the feedback proved useful, even to the extent of how the school district managed its use of their facilities for outside programming, so I found that really interesting. We also spent the afternoon conducting a park and facility tour. So overall, it was great exposure for MIG when they were out on site. It's definitely a good jumping off point. And shifting to February's focus, at that point, we will be removing and replacing the beach barbecue pits to the cast concrete product. The Miranda Park building, we're going to have the structural engineer assessment take place, and the volleyball court equipment evaluation selection will be finalized. And that's all I have for this month.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the council for Ms. Hanley?
The barbecue pits at the beach, will they be replacing just the existing ones, or are they planning to add more?
Right now, it'll just be the replacement of the existing ones until we receive direction from the Parks Master Plan. Mm-hmm. We won't be making any modifications.
So right now, you're in a mode of fixing what's already there?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Any more questions, comments? Looks like you're making good progress, and I'm happy to see you're looking into Wi-Fi there, especially. Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We're now moving on to the consent calendar agenda. I'm going to go ahead and read the items on the calendar, beginning with item 6, approved minutes of the City Council regular meeting of December 16th, 2019. Item 7, approved finance cash disbursements for December 8th, 2019 through January 9th, 2020. And item number 8, read by title only, waiving full reading of text and adopt an ordinance approving and adopting a development agreement under Government Code Section 65864 to Section 65869.5 and Ordinance Number 727 and Ordinance Number 734 of the Port Hueneme Municipal Code relating to the operation of a cannabis facility for Tech Delivery Solutions, LLC. Can I get a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve it.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Do I need a roll call vote? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Rollins,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Munoz-Schnapp,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Mayor Hernandez,
Yes.
and Councilmember Berg is absent for the record.
Okay. Consent calendar has been approved. All right, now we're moving on to item 10, is that correct? Yeah. Okay, item 10. Finally, I know you guys have been waiting there patiently, but do you know what? Retirement is very important. So make sure you get a good job with a good retirement plan. Right?
And start early,
And
that's
start
the key.
early, right.
Save your money.
You'll be retiring at 90 by the time you guys.
Oh, wow. That's a downer.
Okay. So do I call them up first or just, okay? Okay. I don't, so, where's my item 10 on here?
It's
70 now.
here.
I reorganized your,
Oh, she did?
Give them the property.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I see what you say, yeah.
I don't
should
have it.
follow,
I don't have an item 10.
follow the consent calendar.
Okay, so,
It's right here.
okay, so, oh, thank you. Okay. All right. So we have it's a public hearing. So we have the tobacco retailer and electronic vaping products licensing ordinance. We are opening now the public hearing. It is 8:22 p.m. Do any members of the city council have any conflicts to disclose?
No.
Madam Clerk, do you have proof of publication as required by law?
Yes, I do.
And do we have a complete file of reports and exhibits?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Will staff please present the report?
Thank you, Mayor Hernandez and rest of the City Council. In the spring of 2019, I had a meeting with Mayor Hernandez and was directed to look into potential avenues to combat teen vaping, teen smoking, access to tobacco products by minors and whatnot. And then on September 16th, 2019, the Future Leaders of America, who I see among us right now, came into the City Council and gave a presentation that pretty much demanded that something be done with respect to tobacco regulation, electronic cigarettes, flavored tobacco products, and whatnot, especially their availability to persons under the age of 21 in violation of California law. In response to these concerns, the staff determined that, I believe during our conversation with you, Mayor Hernandez, staff determined that the most appropriate avenue to actually be able to secure enforcement would be through a tobacco retailer licensing scheme. And so essentially what this scheme does is it broadly defines tobacco products, and it requires a license through the development department of the city in an effort to regulate these businesses and to, in essence, gives the city the ability to revoke a tobacco retailer's license, to modify or suspend a license based on any violations of state or federal law or of the municipal code itself. Predominantly what it does is we don't have to rely on a police department or on a state department of tax and fee administration or something like that in order to shut down these businesses in the event that they do sell tobacco products, including e-cigarettes and flavored tobacco products to minors. So what this ordinance does is this ordinance allows us to get a better idea as to who's actually selling these products within the city limits. It requires any tobacco proprietor or retailer to get a license with the development department And it has bans on self-service machines, it has bans on certain signage, has bans on, in essence, it really is geared towards the prevention of access to minors' tobacco products, and it allows the city the ability to not only revoke or modify these licenses, but in the event that somebody is caught then selling without a license, it allows the city to prevent anyone from being able to get a license for certain prescribed periods, be it 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, unless an arm's length transaction has occurred in which the entire business is sold to somebody else who should not be penalized for retailing without a license. That's pretty much it. Does anybody have any questions?
Does council have any questions of staff?
Yeah, just real quick,
Councilman Rollins?
you said that it could be anybody to enforce it, not necessarily the police. How would that work? Who will enforce it?
Well, in essence, it could be the city's city code enforcement. It could be development department. It could be. It gives the ability to city administrative staff and to assess administrative civil penalties. It also declares that sale of tobacco products as defined in this ordinance to minors would be declared a public nuisance. That opens a host of opportunities, legally speaking, to seek equitable relief, enjoyment, public nuisance abatement, recovery of costs and abatement proceedings. It opens up a number of legal and litigation avenues that the city could employ if it chose to.
Councilman Gahn?
Are those rules attached to the sale of alcohol already, the sale of cannabis, the sale of tobacco cigarettes? And just to be clear for me, we're not banning the sale of these items. We're just making the retailers more aware that there's age limits, and we're going to hold you accountable to making sure those are observed.
Exactly. This ordinance, what this ordinance really does is it requires, it's really looking at protecting minors. And so California already says it's illegal to sell any tobacco products to a person under the age of 21. And so what this ordinance says is that if you do that, we will revoke your tobacco retailer's license, which should affect your ability to operate. If you continue to operate without a tobacco retailer's license, we have you declared a public nuisance. By operation of this ordinance, it allows us certain legal authority to go into Ventura County Superior Court and prevent that operation of that. With respect to cannabis and with respect to alcohol, you have very different regulatory schemes in the state of California. Cannabis specifically, a lot of preemption of local control, if you guys remember any of those discussions relating to the cannabis ordinances. So whether or not something like this could be done with cannabis, I would need to research, but it would be a very different scheme.
But isn't it already being done? That's my recollection, that we're pretty tough on their screening. We do sting operations. We do all those things to make sure that the cannabis operators are following the rules. And so is this more of an attempt for us to streamline and make sure we're doing the same things so we could address teenage tobacco use? Is that what this ordinance is doing?
If I understand you correctly, this is really an attempt to streamline enforcement of those who violate state laws.
Okay.
And it gives us more options in enforcing violation of those laws, especially administratively.
And one more thing. One thing I've noticed that since the cannabis industry has come to Hueneme is that both in Oxnard and Hueneme, there seems to be a growth in smoke shops. Like there appears to be 2 of them in every shopping center. Like there's one in there. I mean, and a while ago I was in a Salzer's, and they had hemp buds in packages for sale, and I'm like, well, wait a minute, what is going on here? Is that legal? But it just doesn't, I mean, so it seems to me that the black market is everywhere.
Without having any specific facts on that, the fact is that hemp, especially hemp derived from different plants, doesn't fall under the Controlled Substances Act, is outside of the federal restrictions. And there's different, I believe it has to do with THC percentages and things of that nature. It's an entirely different regulatory scheme. And so without having specific facts, hemp itself and CBD may not be regulated under the same scheme that
It looks the same.
cannabis.
Okay.
Be that as it may, the state hasn't chosen to, the state and the federal government haven't chosen to regulate them the same way.
I have one question for you. What do you anticipate happening at the state level, and will that impact this ordinance? Do you anticipate it's going to require additional changes to this ordinance?
At the state level, it's unclear what's going to be changed, if anything. I believe it's the Senate bill. I can't remember the number off the top of my head. I've been monitoring it.
I was trying to look it up. I couldn't find it either.
I've been monitoring it for about 9 months now, hoping that something would happen with it or something would change so we'd get a better idea as to what the state's going to do. It keeps getting called out of off. It keeps getting taken off calendar. Then it goes to committee, and then somebody votes it back into non-assignment. And it's kind of
And
like
it dies, and then it gets a new number under a number.
yeah.
of
It's
different-
kind of it's kind of like circling the drain a little bit, as it were. But it keeps resurrecting itself. So
Yeah. Well, I thank you for your good work on this, and I believe Mr. Stewart worked on this as well.
Yes,
So
he
thank
did.
you. So, Councilwoman?
Yeah. Yeah, so I have a couple of questions. So this applies to everybody who sells tobacco products. So it applies to Ralph's and CVS, and it also applies to then these individual kind of cigarette vaping kind of businesses, right? So
Yes.
it's everybody, broad brush. And with, like, say, ABC, not necessarily is there a limit of number in the community, but it is where we take a look at it at a council perspective and say, we already have these locations here. Do we grant then someone else to have a license? Would that actually be is that actually part of the recommendation here on the ordinance?
Land use entitlements are not part of the recommendation on the ordinance. However, each location would have to be licensed, and each proprietor would be. So just because one proprietor owns 2 or 3 vape shops, as it were, each vape shop would need to be licensed. Each tobacco retailer would need to be licensed. We didn't specifically look at this for density issues or things of that nature. Land use entitlements tend to come with a lot more due process, a lot more hindrances to expeditious enforcement.
Okay, just wanted to see, like, in comparison to maybe what we've seen in the past with ABC, that where is this? So it's kind of lower on it doesn't come with any of those other kinds of restrictions or,
Not at the moment.
yeah, okay. All right. Would we grandfather in? Is there any, that says that, for those that are already here, that they would have a certain element of time to respond to this? And
There's nothing of that included here, but it's a ministerial license, as it were,
Okay.
so it would just be apply for one
Yeah.
and
I get it. Okay. All right.
Okay, very good. Well, I've got 7 speaker cards up here, and I did want to say that we received a number of letters of support from different organizations. Pardon? 14 letters of support for this. So I just, before you come up here, I just want to say thank you to the Future Leaders of America for spearheading this and bringing it to our attention. That was an amazing job, seeing this all the way through. So I don't want to comment anymore. I want to hear from all of you. So I'd like to call upon Constance Peach first. Come on up.
If you want to say shall be followed by X.
Okay, all right. Thank you, good idea. And then Constance will be followed by Paul Flores.
Hello, Council. Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
And I also would like to congratulate the young leaders of tomorrow, because this is an important issue. I actually own a vape store in Ventura, but I live in Port Hueneme. And I agree with you with getting this out of the hand of kids, especially the small ones that are extremely high nicotine, that nobody knows that they're doing it that high. I had an adult come in today that had a 30 milligram, and she goes, it's only a 3. I said, no, that's a 50. So I'm glad you guys are raising awareness, but also you need to start your peers to put the pressure on for them to stop, because I don't ever sell to anybody. Anyway, sorry. Now back to the council. I've been in business for over 6.5 years, and the city of Ventura is telling me that I have to close in 6 months. And I am just a vape store. I don't carry drug paraphernalia or anything else. I don't carry cigarettes. I don't carry anything. I have helped a lot of people get off, I can't say it legally, but to assist them to get off cigarettes. You know, in the last month, 40,000 deaths have been from cigarettes. And I gotta say, you guys have it together. This is so well written, and you're covering the basis on giving penalties, closing them down if they get more than one. It's for adults. This is adults choosing for themselves, and you guys have given adults the fairness in it. And yet I also support the young people too, that they should be able to voice their opinions too. Just that I was a smoker for over 40 years. And I know that since I've been vaping, I can work out longer and I can do things. And I have people that do CrossFit that are vape and do all sorts of physical activities. So there's a Dr. Benjamin Siegel out of Boston University who has done a lot of studies on this, and I hope that the young Americans look at it too for the future, that there is medical advice out there and documentation that says that this is not good. Air is the only good thing to put into your lungs, but if you're going to choose smoking or vaping, vaping. Also, the Royal Academy of Medicine 2 years ago came out and for their whole country said, we would like anybody that's smoking to be vaping by 2020.
Oh, interesting.
And they have had none of the deaths with the lung disease and everything that was going on here in this country, neither has Alaska or Canada. And because they found out, the CDC has come out and said that 86% of those lung disease were caused from THC-tainted cartridges. They were not done from vaping the product that's made by manufacturers that I buy. Anyway, but you guys you rock it, thank you. I wish that I'd opened in Port Hueneme instead of Ventura. And just thank you very much. I'll give my last 25 minutes up, seconds. Yeah, I'm gonna be here all night. I'm here. Anyway, thank you very much and Happy New Year.
Thank you, same to you. Thank you. Paul Flores, and he'll be followed by Nick Miranda.
Yes, hello and good evening. My name is Paul Flores. I'm owner and operator of Vapor Forest and a lifetime resident of Port Hueneme. I had a shop, like she was saying, in Oxnard, unincorporated area, and I actually got shut down because of the labor ban, and I had to, get rid of a lot of employees and everything and so forth. And we've always followed the rules, And I read your guys' report already, and I totally agree with everything you're saying. We're willing to follow everything you say, and we don't condone minors in our store. We ID everyone. 50% of our customers are military, the rest are 21 and over. And it's mandatory you get ID. We're actually looking into getting the devices to actually scan the IDs before we do a purchase, before it's even a law, just to make sure. Like I'm saying, the flavor thing, yeah, that put us totally out of business at the other place, because that's about 70% of our business, and that's what helps adults get off of cigarettes. I smoked for about 20 years myself, and this is the only thing that helped me. And, I'm just really passionate about this, and I've been in it for years. I go to all these right here, every city, every county. I'm always involved with everything. And, pretty much everything you guys said and read, I agree with it. I'm willing to accept it and follow all your guys' rules to stay in business. And I'm just right here, right on the other side. And you guys are more than welcome to come check out my facility anytime you like.
Thank you, and thank you for coming in tonight,
Yeah,
sharing
you're
your opinion. We appreciate it.
All right, no
Yes, thank you. All right. Nick Miranda's will be followed by Genesis Rangel.
Thank you very much for hearing us today. I really appreciate it. And first thing I want to say is thank you very much for allowing the sale of recreational marijuana. As a cancer survivor myself, I can say it was one of the only things that would not make me nauseous and allow me to actually eat food, and it was within walking distance of my house. So, and I honestly, the amount of money you've been able to generate in revenue, the programs that are going to support that from the future to come are absolutely fantastic. So you were always on the right side of where things need to be, and your proposed ordinance is another example of that, because the goal is to, I graduated in 2012, and it was always about tobacco harm reduction, getting people to not smoke cigarettes. And if you look at the statistics, kids have been smoking less than they ever had before. But over the past few years, vaping has become more prominent. It's become smaller. I mean, it's about the size of, half the size of this. You can fit it in your pocket. And those are the things that are the issue. The Trump administration just came out and said, okay, the issue is closed pod systems, things that you can't open and refill, things that are one use, done, you toss them away, Juul, essentially. As the gentleman here, Paul, just explained, most of what he sells is open pod or open systems, meaning you can fill it, you can change it. There's a lot more hands-on in regards to it. But the closed systems, the Trump administration realized that these are what our kids are getting into, and it's because you can get them at liquor stores, convenience stores. That's the issue here. I think you should even take it one step further and say, look, you should make an exemption saying if you apply for this license, for the tobacco and vape license, make an exemption saying that only people who specialize in vape products should be allowed to sell them, because you even limit the chances of this getting into a minor's hands significantly more, because you can't go into like Rite Aid. You can't go into a smoke shop. I understand that they should have the right to sell those, but as a vape store, that's your livelihood. You're not going to take the risk of selling it to somebody underage when that's your entire business. But if you run a head shop, you can't sell vape products for a couple days. Who cares? I have other things I can sell. So there's no real penalty to people who don't sell things other than like vape products. If you only sell vape products, you would make sure, as the gentleman said before, ID at the door, ID at checkout. There's no way this is getting into the hands of a minor unless that person that's buying it there is then doing something else elsewhere. And the CDC also came out and said the last thing we want people to do who are vaping is to go back to smoking. And I wish Ventura City Council would listen, because they didn't want to hear it. And honestly, if you propose taxing soon eventually, I think things will go really well for your city. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Genesis Rangel, followed by Jesus Ramos.
Good evening, Mayor Hernandez and council members. My name is Genesis Rangel, and I'm here on behalf of Future Leaders of America. As a student of Hueneme High School, I am here to voice my concern about the vaping epidemic. Why is this important, you may ask? Even though traditional cigarettes use is decreasing, tobacco use remains the leading preventable cause of deaths in the United States, causing more than 440 deaths each year. Meanwhile, the inception of e-cigarettes and vaping is increasing at an alarming rate among youth. According to a 2018 study by Colin, teen e-cigarettes grew by 78% between 2017 and 2018. That's 1 in 4 high school students now using e-cigarettes, tobacco products, which contain nicotine, a highly addictive chemical. It's so easy for teens to acquire vaping products in their hands from adults or teens who will easily sell it to them. Given the recent nationwide breakouts of vaping-related lung disease and deaths, the California Department of Public Health has issued a warning to refrain from vaping until more is learned about the long-term effects. We urge local city officials to take action on regulating e-cigarettes and other flavored products in the city of Port Hueneme. The tobacco industry is targeting our youth with sweet flavors. There are about 15,500 different flavors, which include mango, horchata, churro, cotton candy, gummy bears, and etc., to get them hooked. The threat is real, and we must start at the local level by banning the sale of flavored products, including electric cigarettes, in order to reduce access to youth. Enforcing a tobacco retail license, also known as a TRL, is just the beginning, and we still have a lot of progress to make. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you so much. Jesus Ramos, followed by Mario Mares.
Good evening, Mayor Hernandez and esteemed council members. My name is Jesus Ramos, and I am here with Future Leaders of America representing the Port Hueneme region. I am here today to voice my concerns about the rise of flavored tobacco. 5 million people. That's how many teen smokers there are today in America. 7 out of 10 youth who use tobacco report using flavors and continue to use because of it. How many of y'all have $1 with you tonight? Well, the fact is, a lot of teens do have $1 with them, and you can buy flavored tobacco for $1. That's how easily attainable flavored tobacco is. The tobacco industry is targeting communities with people of color and low income. During our last meeting, I pointed out the proximity of tobacco stores in relation to Latinx and low-income communities. Roughly 58% of Port Hueneme is Latinx. The proximity of tobacco stores shocks me. Big Tobacco has historically targeted communities of color by making it easily accessible. Is it a coincidence that we are a low-income community of color with 15 tobacco retailers? The truth is, flavored tobacco is creating health disparities across the country. Some people may come up here and say that vaping is created to help smokers quit. But who is it helping? No one. It keeps the smokers addicted and is creating a new group of smokers. And vaping is now the new cigarette of our generation. It has become a cultural norm to see people smoking, to see you smoking, and that should not be normal. It is often said that vaping is the gateway drug to more intense methods of smoking or drugs. And we're seeing that today with the increase of vaping. I think it is also important to mention that menthol and mint flavored tobacco, the menthol mint flavor is just as appealing to youth as other flavors. A 2019 National Youth Tobacco Survey revealed that fruit is the preferred choice for 2/3 of high schoolers, roughly 66%, while middle schoolers 68%. Menthol mint flavors are almost as popular among high school students, 57%, and less so among middle schoolers, 31%. Do y'all know what communities menthol targets? It targets strategically the Black and Latinx communities. And it is not okay that we are letting our youth down. We are letting youth and people of color all in the city of Port Hueneme down. Big Tobacco is winning. Enacting the tobacco retail license is a step in the right direction. We cannot and will not let corporations dictate how we live our lives. And that is why I urge y'all not only to put into effect the tobacco retailing license, but to take into consideration banning all flavors, including electronic smoking devices and mentholated cigarettes, for the betterment of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mario Mares, followed by Brittany Solomon.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Mario Mars, and I'm with an organization called Future Leaders of America. And we're here to put an end of the use of vaping. Vaping has been taking lives out of many students due to some flavor pods that tobacco companies have been doing to grab the attention of young people. Students don't realize that the damage of what vaping can do to their lungs. They think that it's just a fluid that goes in and out of their bodies, but really it could give them cancer. In some resources, it shows that one pod equals the same amount of 40 cigarettes. But still, students don't realize that. That is why we are here to put an end to this. Thanks for your time. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, you too. Brittany Solomon, followed by Marivo Mendoza.
Good evening, Mayor Hernandez and esteemed council members, and thank you for allowing us to speak on this issue. My name is Brittany Solomon, and I am here on behalf of Future Leaders of America representing the Port Hueneme region. Since our last meeting, several advances have been made in our national tobacco laws. The federal government has announced that it will enact a ban on flavored e-cigarettes following guidelines set by the FDA. This law is intended to prevent minors from getting hooked on vaping products, yet the ban doesn't apply to menthol flavors, tobacco products, and vaping devices that don't use pods, also known as open tank systems. Although it is a drastic change, the ban leaves room for improvement. As President Trump said himself, we have to protect our families. At the same time, it's a big industry. We want to protect the industry. Meaning his concerns with business override his desire to prohibit the vaping epidemic that has already taken 50 lives. As a city, we can do better. Since vape shops and big corporations will be able to find loopholes and shortcomings in the national flavor ban, so will teenagers. This is why it is imperative to enact a flavored tobacco ban in the city of Port Hueneme. Last month, flavored tobacco was banned in Oxnard, Ventura, and unincorporated areas of Ventura County. Local tobacco laws are progressing all around us. If Port Hueneme doesn't enact similar policies, our city will end up being the main supplier of these products. For an Oxnard resident, the obvious reaction to Oxnard's flavor ban would be heading to Port Hueneme to buy flavored products. There are 15 stores in Port Hueneme that sell flavored vapes and tobacco products. Considering how small our city is, this means there's just about one store on every street. A flavors ban in Port Hueneme would protect the health of our community in Ventura County, and it would ensure that our city doesn't simply become a hub for the sale of flavored tobacco products. If this issue remains unsolved, it will continue to perpetrate itself to the detriment of our community. Vaping is becoming more and more normalized and acceptable in modern culture. Since it is promoted so heavily on social media, teens who begin to vape are just following another trend. High schoolers nowadays have become desensitized to the horrors of vaping and nicotine addiction. Teenagers are especially impressionable, making them easy victims to marketing strategies used by tobacco corporations. A ban on all flavored tobacco and nicotine products in our city would greatly impact the health of our generation and generations to come.
Thank you, Brittany.
Thank you.
Brittany, you also showed up for coastal cleanup, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks. Good seeing you again. Okay. All right. Is it Mauricio Mendoza? Oh, Marisol. Gosh. So sorry.
Good evening, Mayor Hernandez and council members. My name is Marisol Mendoza, and I am here on behalf of Future Leaders of America, also known as FLA. Today, I'm here to continue to voice my concern about the vaping, and to expand the ordinance to include flavored tobacco ban to the ordinance being proposed tonight. In the past couple of months, cities throughout Ventura County have taken a stand against the tobacco industry by eliminating flavored tobacco, including electronic smoking devices. However, locally, we have seen that the tobacco industry is doing the most to hook a new generation of smokers by reducing prices on e-cigarette smoking devices as low as 99 cents. As the youth organizer, a big part of my job is working with youth and encouraging them to identify and set goals for their education and life. However, it is disheartening to see youth be distracted from their true potential due to the effects of tobacco use. Research shows that youth who vape are more likely to do poorly in school due to the inability to focus and disrupted sleep patterns due to nicotine usage. It can rewire the brain, particularly vulnerable in the developing years of adolescence to the mid-20s. It can worsen stressors already challenging in adolescence, making it hard for youth to concentrate on their academics. As the saying goes, our youth are our future, but what future can we expect from our youth when they are becoming addicted to these products? The proposed ordinance for the city of Port Hueneme to regulate the sale of tobacco products is a step in the right direction. A tobacco retailer licensing program will create a system to create a closer watch on local retailers, but it does not take flavors off the market. 4 out of 5 kids who have used tobacco started with a flavored product. Our concern is that youth are growing up in an environment where these products are easily accessible. While it is a personal choice to vape, we believe that we should be creating a healthier environment for our youth to grow up in. Ventura County is going to set a strong precedent for other counties across the state to take a stand against flavored tobacco. We urge you to follow suit so Port Hueneme can also be part of building healthier communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Marisol. Marisol, could you come back? I had a couple of questions for you. So I see that we have perhaps some more work to do on this issue, and staff I know is paying attention to that. We were rated by the American Lung Association as having an F in this area.
Yes.
So where does this ordinance now put us?
I'm not sure. We would
Okay.
have to wait until that report comes out.
Okay.
But it is, we're moving forward with the TRL, so that's, we're going in the right direction, but we need more work towards banning flavors.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your leadership, and thank you all for coming out. I just want to give the council an opportunity to ask any further questions or comments. Oh, did I miss somebody? It could have gotten lost. Come on up.
Sorry, not to keep you guys here any longer. I do appreciate it. So my name is Emily Miranda, and this is my mom who owns a shop, and my brother who spoke earlier as well. I have never been a vapor, and I by no means think anyone should start vaping, especially if you haven't. And I really want to thank the Future Leaders of America because you guys did a really good job at addressing this. And I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional because this business is very, very, very crucial to my mother's livelihood. My mother's livelihood, and the thing is that I think that it's not an epidemic. I think that it needs to be reframed, and I think that by introducing more laws, as you had mentioned, and allowing licensing, I think that we need to move it away from it being allowed to be sold at liquor stores and other places and allowing it strictly to be in a vape industry. And I think that you guys have been such a great example, especially when it comes to allowing the way that you guys have done marijuana within this area. I think that we should treat vaping in the same way that we treat marijuana, that it should be sold only at those locations, taxed, and so on and so forth. Of course, I read all these great notes, and now I'm not able to get any of them down, but the real point to make out is just that yes, you shouldn't be vaping, but it does help a lot of people. And I think to keep in mind, especially when you're talking about the kids, is if we're going to talk about kids, then we really need to talk about what underage drinking is doing to children. You know, we have plenty of flavored alcohol and different products that have never been banned. And underage drinking is the most widely abused substance among American youth. And kids from ages 12 to 20 actually drink 11% of all alcohol consumed across the United States. You know, just 10 to 12 to 20-year-olds. So I think it's just important to realize that this is not a black and white issue. It is very, very gray. And I think that more regulation needs to be done. And I just hope that you guys can continue on and allow vaping just within a very regulated environment, and make sure that we keep it out of the hands of children and keep businesses like Paul's and my mother's and others in business and continue to bring tax revenue into this great city. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Emily. Okay. All right. Any further comments, questions from staff? Okay. Oh, Councilman Gama.
I just want to commend your public speaking ability, Future Leaders of America. I think it's really great. And I know you're passionate about this issue. Yes, you do deserve a round of applause. I love the passion you have about this issue. And I mentioned this last time I'm here, so I'm going to mention it again. Number one cause of teenage death is auto accidents. And I would love to see you get your passion involved in that issue and make a difference, because for the last probably 70 years, if not more, it's been the number one cause of teenage deaths in America. So I just want you to branch out and cover other issues that are important to teenagers as well, and that one to me is a very important issue. So again, I thank you very much, and continue working hard, and continue working on your public speaking, because you all are great. Thank you.
Okay. If there are no further comments or objections, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. The time is 8:57. And we have before us a recommendation to introduce for first reading, read by title only, waiving full reading, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme, California, adding a new Chapter 7 to Article 5, beginning with Section 5616, to the City of Port Hueneme Municipal Code for the purpose of regulating tobacco and electronic cigarette retailers. May I have a roll call vote, please? I need a motion. Okay, I need a motion first. I thought I was going so well.
I will make that motion.
Thank you. And a second.
I'll second it.
Okay.
I'd be happy to do it now.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Rollins,
Yes.
Councilmember Berg is absent for the record. Mayor Pro Tem Munoz-Schnapp,
Yes.
Mayor Hernandez.
Yes.
Passes on a 4-1 vote with Berg absent.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you again. Good job. All right, we're going to move ahead to item 9, major modification number 2 to Plan Development Conditional Use Permit number PHCU-836 and Development Agreement number PHDA-837, Hueneme Patient Consumer Collective LLC, Medical and Adult Use Cannabis Dispensary with Delivery Services located at 501 West Channel Islands Boulevard, Suites 301 to 303. The hearing is now open at 8:58 p.m. Do any members of the council have any conflicts to disclose? Madam Clerk, do you have a proof of publication as required by law?
Yes, I do.
Do we have a complete file of reports and exhibits?
Yes, ma'am.
And will staff please present the report? I believe we have Mr. Stewart here to report on this item. Thank you.
Yes, we do. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council, staff. Good evening. This is, as you mentioned, the second major modification to The previous approvals for Hueneme Patient Consumer Collective, or HPC as they're known in the community. So for a quick background, the applicant, Beth Thuna, who's here in the audience tonight, on behalf of Hueneme Patient Consumer Collective, is requesting approval to expand the existing HPC cannabis dispensary's footprint. The location is at the top of what we call the Hardy Mall building, 501 West Channel Islands Boulevard. Currently it's in suites 302 and 303, and would then also expand into suite 301. The site is zone C1, and so dispensaries and other cannabis uses are potentially allowed in the zone, subject to a certificate of approval, conditional use permit, and development agreement. The project is also consistent with the general plan land use designation of commercial. And as you may be aware, HPC is actually the first cannabis business approved to operate here in the city under our current program. Although Skunk Masters opened its doors first, they were both kind of neck and neck going through the program. And as I mentioned, the business is currently in suites 302 and 303 right now. Also, as part of the expansion, the dispensary would be completely remodeled from what it is right now. And I'll go through the floor plan in a couple seconds here. So the surrounding uses are the Harbor Lights community to the north, West Channel Islands Boulevard, and the golf course at the Navy base beyond that, and to the east and west by similar commercial buildings. In fact, as you're well aware, the Wheelhouse building to the immediate west is owned by the same property owner as HPC's landlord. And to the east, that building will house a recently approved cannabis microbusiness. The nearest school is located in Oxnard. It's about 3,200 feet away, and that's Marina West Elementary. Quick aerial showing you the buildings I just pointed out. And a site plan, again, showing the buildings in relationship to parking and the other buildings and the Harbor Lights to the north. So currently, the floor plan, HPC actually leases the entire third floor of this building. Right now, they're using roughly about a third of that space, which would be in the top right corner. Basically, folks come in through the middle area, which is the lobby, and then go back into the dispensary area. That's a tough one to say. It's late in the evening. And with the new expansion, basically, they will be HPC will take up most of the right side of the third floor. The lobby would stay in the middle, but now the dispensary would be in the new suite facing Channel Islands Boulevard, and it'd be much larger in area. And then the rest of the area would be reconfigured into areas for storage, staff, as well as delivery service and whatnot. And it appears to be a much more logical layout for their expanded business. The rest of the third floor is potentially slated for expansion at later dates, and if that occurs, it would come back again through another major modification at that time to you. And just quickly throw it in the building elevations with, again, the right side of the top floor being taken up by HPC. So the current hours of operation will stay the same, and that's 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 7 days per week. Customers being 21 years of age or older, unless they have a medical card, which they can be 18 years. There's existing carbon filter system on the HVAC system, and that would be maintained. Security is shared amongst the other cannabis businesses on the site. Staffing is at least 21 years age and older. And HPC has been a very good contributor towards community benefits already in the past, and this will allow them not only to continue to do that, but we assume to increase revenues, increase those charitable contributions. With regard to the development agreement, again, this is a major modification to an existing development agreement, although we've put it into the city attorney's latest and greatest format, which the applicants have agreed to. And as before, the applicants will be required to pay a contractual payment in lieu of a cannabis tax to the city's annual gross revenues, maintain all books and records accurately, and then they have obtained the certificate of occupancy for their existing business, but they'll need to obtain a new certificate of occupancy for the expansion within a year of the major modification becoming effective. CEQA, again, this is an existing facility and an existing business, so or business building, and so it is exempt from CEQA per section 15301. And finally, with regard to revenues that are expected to be generated, the applicants expect just under 10 million in year one, a little over 12.3 million in year two, and a little over 15.1 in year three. And what that equates to per the development agreement is just under $500,000 for year one to pay for the city, just under $616,000 in year two, and a little over $759,000 in year three. And so with that, the recommendation is that the City Council open the public hearing and take any testimony, close the hearing and consider that evidence. After considering it, adopt a resolution granting approval of CUP PHCU 836 Major Mod Number 2, introduced by title, only waiving full reading, the ordinance adopting and approving the major modification to the development agreement, or take such additional related action as may be desirable. And with that concludes my presentation. Like I said, the owner, Beth Thruna, and her brother, Marcus Thruna, are here this evening to answer any questions that you may have, and that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Good evening. Good to see you.
Good evening. Thank you.
Hi.
Thanks, Tony, again for introducing. City Council, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, and staff. I'm Marcus Thruna. I'm Beth's brother and also her consultant. And I just wanted to thank Tony again and Ken and the city staff for kind of getting us on this agenda tonight, and appreciate the opportunity to be here. And I'm going to let Beth make her presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. I'm Beth Thruna. I'm the owner of Hueneme Patient Collective, also known as HPC, and the only female owner of a dispensary in this city. I want to start out by thanking the city staff and the Chief Salinas for their continued support of the cannabis business in the city of Port Hueneme. I also, with some of my senior level staff, recently attended the Responsible Cannabis Server classes organized by Chief Salinas, and we were very thankful for that opportunity and the continued education. We're here today for a modification to our CUP in order to expand our dispensary into a neighboring suite. As you know, as Tony mentioned, we were one of the first dispensaries approved to be in the city of Port Hueneme. We were also one of the first 20 retailers to receive state approval later that year as well. Since then, our business has really grown. We've been operating for nearly 2 years now, and last year we processed over 150,000 transactions. Our customers are from all over California and a lot from outside of California and throughout the United States. We've also seen customers from other countries that come and visit Port Hueneme. They like to come in. We've seen them from Mexico, Australia, the UK. And thankfully, they've had a wonderful experience, especially when it's been their first time maybe just ever going into a dispensary at all. Suffice it to say, HPC has far exceeded its original revenue projections for our second year in operations, and we have a wonderful city and a great staff to thank for that. And in line with our original community benefits commitment in 2017, HPC has contributed to more than a dozen organizations with an eye on even more giving in 2020. We've made a commitment to contribute to the Traveling Vietnam Memorial Wall, the Boys and Girls Club, more funding for the Real Guppy program. We also plan to sponsor more beach events for the beach cleanup, and as well as Cops for Tots. For HPC, it's always been more than selling cannabis. Our focus is on health, wellness, and education, and we want to thank you for giving us this time today, and we're also very happy to answer any questions you may have.
No, thank you. Okay, any comments, questions from council? Councilwoman Munoz-Stops?
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So the site, and this is for Tony, is if you can go back a couple of slides, and it's the whole floor. Yeah, okay. So currently it's what you have is suites 302 and 303, and they're on the right side,
Yeah, so
right?
Yeah, so this may show it a little bit more cleanly where they'd be basically the upper right half of that third floor there.
Oh, the upper right half, okay.
Yeah, and
Here we
then
go.
what would happen would be they'd also then expand into the lower right half as shown on this floor plan here.
So not on the left side?
Not at this time,
It's just down from the top to the bottom of the right side?
no. Correct.
Okay, all right. I was having a really hard time reading this and I wanted to find out if it was just the entire floor, but okay, great. And so the expansion would help you with, it sounds like, the sales that you have, the revenue generating. Would any of that be used for possibly growing cannabis, or are you just a dispensary and delivery?
It's just dispensary and a delivery.
Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Any more questions, comments?
So are you going to be using the additional space for the delivery part of it primarily? Because I know you have, I've seen the dispensary.
Yeah, so delivery is actually incorporated into what we call our receiving room right now. So they're all kind of condensed in a very small footprint. So we're hoping to give them some more room by operating in the existing showroom, or where the existing showroom is now, and then move the showroom, like Tony said, to that bottom quarter or third of the building. So the entrance would still be the same, whereas you walk into the lobby, you still go through your age verification system. But then instead of going left, kind of up into a smaller showroom, you would go right into a much larger showroom. And then we give delivery services a broader footprint so that they can operate more freely.
Sure.
Councilwoman?
Yeah, so I have a couple more questions. What's the business that sits on the left side of that floor?
That's actually administrative offices right now for HPC.
Oh, it is your administrative
Yes,
offices?
yes, yeah. We've got like
Okay.
a conference room in there, and we've got, we do a lot of our record keeping in the licensed premises, but we have like office meetings, operations, we've got admin staff working out of there, we've got our phone systems in there. We've actually got a call center for the delivery service in there, because they're not required to be in the licensed premises. You're just required to maintain the cannabis in the licensed premises and then ship from and then return to the licensed premises.
Okay, so it's actually all that whole entire floor, which is originally what I thought, and then I just couldn't read the information. All right, very good, thank you.
Okay, any more questions or comments? No. All right, so we, without any further comments, and without objection, I will go ahead and close the public hearing, the time being 9:12. We have before us a recommendation to open, take testimony and documentary evidence, close the public hearing. Okay, we didn't know that. Okay, so we're going to recommend adoption of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme granting approval of conditional use permit number PHCU-836 MM #2 and number 2, I should say, and modification to a development agreement under Government Code Section 65864 to 65869.5 and ordinance number 727 and ordinance number 734 of the Port Hueneme Municipal Code relating to the operation of a cannabis facility for Hueneme Patient Consumer Collection LLC. May I have a motion and a second?
I'll move to approve.
May I have a second?
Second.
Okay. May I have the roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Rollins?
Yes.
Councilmember Gama?
Yes.
Councilmember Berg is absent for the record. Mayor Pro Tem Munoz-Schnapp?
Yes.
Mayor Hernandez?
Yes. Motion's carried. CUP has been approved. Congratulations, and thank you for all your contributions to our city. Wish you best of luck. Okay, our next item, item 11, is a police crime and community update, and we're going to have Chief Salinas present the report. And this is a receive and file. Look. It's hiding under my paperwork.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. I'm going to put on my police chief hat right now and present to you as the Chief of Police of the City of Port Hueneme. Today's crime update is going to be an accumulation of what occurred in 2019, so it'll wrap up how we did crime-wise. These are preliminary numbers. They get verified through an annual or an audit from our records technician, and then submitted to the state of California, DOJ, and the FBI. So our 5 priorities in the Port Hueneme Police Department are being a professional organization, crime reduction, traffic and pedestrian safety, community engagement, and community policing. So for the year 2019, this is really a breakdown. I know there's a bunch of numbers up there, but I'll focus in on a few right now for everyone, and I'll actually summarize all of that. But that's a breakdown of month by month for the entire year 2019 and how our crime breaks down from property crime all the way to violent crime. And these are the specific statistics known as UCR statistics that we report to the FBI. As you can see, as we go down all the way to the bottom, the total sections, our crime rate is really driven by 2 sections. That's larceny, which is theft, which includes shoplifting and theft from vehicles, and includes burglaries, which includes residential burglaries as well as vehicle burglaries. As you can see, those 2 categories account for nearly 370 of our 459 crimes. So yes, we have a theft problem. People, this is statewide with the decriminalization of really theft and drugs. This is one of the crimes that a lot of our transients and drug users go to obtain money. If we break this down from the previous 4 years to now 2019, you're going to see that we've had a 30% reduction in violent crime. A lot of people say that cannabis businesses really bring illegal activity to your community, but in this case, we have the statistics to show otherwise. So we only had 41 violent crime in our city for entire 2019. And really every category has reduced with the exception of burglary, which was a slight 2% increase. But a reduction in robbery, aggravated assault, motor vehicle theft, as well as arson. So when we break this down, only 10% or 9% of our total crime is violent crime. The rest of it is really driven by theft, as you can see by this chart here. So if you break this all down, we have less than 1 violent crime in our city per week, and a little over 1.15 property crimes in our city per day. So those are pretty amazing statistics. I just wanted to remind the public that anyone can get this information by simply going to crimemapping.com. You arrow down to our city and you'll be able to get these statistics as well. Statistics for the last 6 months. So I wanted to give everyone a cannabis update as well for the year. This is how many dispensaries that our council has currently approved. When I say dispensaries, I mean all retail and delivery, as well as cultivation and micro-business. These are the 12. 11 of these 12 are currently located along what we call the Green Mile. You'll see 2 number 2s on there. One is the current location of Skunk Masters. The second number 2, which is located closer to Channel Islands Boulevard, is where Skunk Masters will be relocating. As you can see the white dots there, those are the number of applicants that are currently applying for cannabis licenses in our city. So that's what it'll look like probably in the next 4 to 6 months if council approves the next 5 licenses. So what does it look like in terms of money coming into the city? As you can see all the way from the left, that was June of 2018 when we only had 3 dispensaries open, all the way to present day, December of 2019, where we eclipsed $3.7 million in gross sales per month. As you can see, as it ladders up based on how many dispensaries have opened up in our city, some would say as you add dispensaries, it's going to level off. It hasn't. We haven't quite peaked yet, but we could get there. So I kind of warn the council about when we approve more dispensaries that we should take a hard look at where that sweet spot is at. But December 2019, that was definitely the record month at $3.7 million. If you average that all out for the year, we're going to be close to $36 to $37 million gross sales in our city alone. And we get 5% of that through our development agreement on top of the sales tax revenue. We talk about all this money come in, but I definitely want to talk about our community contribution program, where our dispensaries are required to donate 1% of gross sales and reinvest it back into our community. To date, that number equates to $279,000. There's a couple asterisks up there that I do want to note. Tradecraft Farms, which hasn't even opened yet, which is a micro business on Bolker, has already donated $10,500 towards our community programs. From the Earth up there, there's an asterisk too, because they've already committed a $40,000 in-kind donation to the upcoming Hueneme Beach Festival, which I'll talk about a little bit later on. And Skunk Masters, that's $130,000 thus far into the community. In the next 5 years, they've made a pledge to the Boys and Girls Club to donate $250,000, which will go specifically to our club here in the city of Port Hueneme.
Awesome.
So I wanted to give an update as to, we've received a few complaints in terms of traffic along the Hueneme Road corridor, especially following the traffic collision that occurred in October. So I wanted to address this. I wanted to talk about what's reality and perception and some of the things that the police department is doing to help mitigate that. Some people don't know, back in 2014, we did in fact do a traffic survey, and we lowered the speed limit on the Hueneme corridor between Ventura Road all the way to J Street from 40 miles to 35 miles per hour. So that's something that we did just in the last 5 years. We did a traffic survey in the past 4 weeks in both directions as well. Here are the surveys. One is westbound Hueneme Road at Beachport, which is going westbound, so that's traffic going into the port, as well as traffic exiting the port, which is eastbound Hueneme Road, just east of Ventura Road. As you can see how many vehicles passed through the traffic box or the traffic sensors. Traffic going into the port doesn't appear to be as much as traffic actually exiting the port, where we have over 1.7% of the vehicles are driving in excess of 15 miles per hour, which is a little concerning. We'd like to have that under 1%. So to translate that, of the 24,000 vehicles that came through on Hueneme Road exiting eastbound, 428 of them were exceeding the speed limit by more than 15 miles per hour. A majority of this is happening in the early morning hours, between the hours of 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. That would lead me to believe those that are using Ventura Road and then Hueneme Road as a corridor to get out on a Highway 1 or to get into Camarillo are definitely exceeding the traffic speed limit. So now that's incumbent upon the police department to now start doing traffic enforcement along that corridor, especially traffic exiting the city between Ventura Road and J Street.
What's the time frame for this study? The 24,000 vehicles in...
It's 4 days.
4 days?
24 hours a day for both of them.
Okay.
Oh, could you go back just real quick?
Yes.
Just to follow up on Councilman Gama's comment. So you say fastest times at 6 a.m. on all days. Can you
Yes,
define
so
that better for me?
most of the violations that are in excess of 15 miles per hour are occurring in the 6 o'clock hour, between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m.
All right, thank you.
So what are we doing to mitigate this? We've been in contact with the California Highway Patrol, and as of 2 weeks ago, we began truck inspections along the Hueneme corridor. These are pictures of those inspections. We stopped 4 trucks on that day, and 2 of them had to be sent back to the yard because they were out of compliance. As you can see also in this picture, Bigfoot Trucking was also stopped and inspected. That was the trucking company that was responsible for the traffic collision on Hueneme Road in October. And we will be continuing these inspections for the next 3 months along with training a majority of our officers to do commercial truck traffic enforcement. And CHP has offered us that training for free. You'll start seeing these cameras up, and I'll talk to them a little bit more, a greater detail in one of the other slides, but you'll see these traffic cameras that have gone up at intersections throughout the city of Hueneme, primarily south of Hueneme Road. They are vehicle cameras, which now allows us to monitor traffic as well as license plates and all vehicles coming through these intersections. If you go to the intersection right now of Ventura Road and Hueneme Road, you'll see 2 of these cameras. You'll also see that Public Works has put up a digital speed board on Hueneme Road, right at about Miranda Parkway, or just west of Surfside. That's been up, as well as just last week we purchased an additional laser radar gun for vehicle speed enforcement. I talked about these cameras that you'll now start seeing at our intersections. So within the next month, 3 of them are already up, but within the next month you're going to see this net of cameras that are monitoring all vehicle traffic coming in and out of the, we'll call it the south part of Hueneme. So essentially anything south of Hueneme Road. So there's no traffic that can get in and around the beachfront without going through one of our cameras.
So if, I'm assuming you're not monitoring these cameras. Clearly we don't have the manpower to watch and monitor 24/7. However, if say you can't write tickets for trucks running red lights from these cameras?
That's correct.
Okay, but, all right, and have we looked into perhaps that famous Hueneme Ventura Road? Have we ever looked into the feasibility of those actual systems that if you run a red light, you're busted? I mean, you get a, you know, your
There's
picture
been a
taken.
lot of controversy and case law on the red light camera systems. Ventura and Oxnard used to have them, even Los Angeles, and they've gone away from those systems. But what these camera systems do, and why we've selected them, is they will still record trucks coming through that intersection and record their license plates. And so we can follow up on those red light violations with that trucking company or that driver. We may not be able to cite them, but we can at least approach them. Same with people doing burnouts at, let's say, Surfside and Market Street, or in the parking lots. We now have a record of their license plate coming into the area, and we can now, while some of them we can't cite or arrest, we can at least go and approach them and give them warnings about operating in that fashion in our city. So it helps us at least follow up and record what's happening in our end of the city for us to at least follow up on it.
If I may, I was having lunch yesterday at Surfside Seafood. Well, actually, I was having a water, and a vehicle in about 11:30 came into the parking lot and did burnouts. And I saw a police officer just drive by like 10 minutes before he did. It's like, ugh, but I don't know what it is with these people.
So
these days.
now, based on what you just told me, what's neat about these cameras is you can tell me it was a red Nissan Sentra, and we can search the camera system for red.
Off-green Dodge station wagon.
So we'll use that as an example.
Was it really?
Off-green
Yeah, no, it
Dodge
really
station wagon, and what this camera system has, it has vehicle identification along with color. And so we can go through that time period and find that vehicle, recover the license plate, and then follow up on that. There's no other system like it. Yes, sir.
The speed sign that was heading westbound, no, it would be eastbound on Hueneme Road. I always get there because it doesn't seem like east, but it is eastbound. I know they had it up there for a while and it had some problems. I don't know if it's there. I noticed the new one going westbound, but are they going to do anything on the eastbound, or what came about of all of that?
So in working with the port and collaborating with the port and them helping us trying to mitigate speed along the Hueneme corridor, that green traffic trailer that you saw on Hueneme Road just east of Ventura Road was actually a speed trailer that the port put out for us. And that's actually their speed trailer to keep their trucks driving below the maximum speed limit on the port grounds, and they deployed it out there for us for the last month. And it works on solar power. So sometimes that battery gets low. They'll take it back in, get it recharged, and take it right back out. And they've done that a few times already this last month.
Okay, yeah, because I saw it there and then I didn't see it there, but I saw the other one.
Yes.
And that one's pretty effective.
And that's part of the port's efforts to help us deal and address with the truck traffic on Hueneme Road. So this is actually what the camera systems look like. You'll see that's the camera right there. It works off of a solar panel, and this works off of a cell signal. So we don't need Wi-Fi in the area. We don't need it to be powered up to anything. That it works all on its own. And this is, you can see here it's located at Surfside and Hueneme Road. That's the solar panel right there. And then on the bottom picture, you see where it's posted up right here at Ventura Road and Hueneme Road. These will also be going in the Miranda Park corridor. So anyone coming in and out of Miranda Park will be able to record their license plate as well as it does take video, so we'll be able to review the video feed as well. And this is what we're trying to prevent. This is a picture that was provided to me by Councilmember Gama of one of our parking lots.
Which parking lot was that?
No.
I think it was B.
I mean, they must not value their tires.
Their tires, yeah, that's.
I don't get it.
So this is what it actually looks like when it's getting captured. We send out one of our detective vehicles to test it out on both cameras. And you could type in white Ford Fusion, and it'll give you all the white Ford Fusions during that specific time period. You can type in 2 digits of the license plate. It'll give you all the license plates as well for that time period.
That's really good for crime.
So I wanted to give everyone an update on the crosswalk here. So this is what the crosswalk looked like over a month ago. And what we found out to be the problem, as you're driving northbound on Ventura Road, you can't even see anything coming off the curb line off the left side. In fact, you can barely see the bus that's actually on the school side about to cross Clara. So we figured that to be the problem, because as the crossing guard is coming across the street, she's being covered up by the tall trees and palm trees. As if she were starting from the other side, the traffic would see her very readily. And that's why all the people that she has concerns with is the traffic going northbound, not southbound, because as soon as she steps off the curb, everybody in the southbound lanes sees her and stops. So these are the trees that I'm talking about. So as we get closer, you see the 5 palm trees there, and then you see the eucalyptus tree on the left where it's sticking out and protruding just a little bit. And so those are the trees that we aim to get out of there. So Public Works went in there and they removed these trees. And as you can see, it just opened it up wide open. The sight line is there. You can now see almost the corner from where the crossing guard comes off of, all the way across the street now. So we figured that this was, in fact, the problem that she was having to deal with, because none of the cars coming northbound could see her on the first half of the street as she was walking across. And we got her a big stop sign that has LED in bright bulbs, and it's on a 6-foot pole, so people can now see her from a greater distance as she's walking across the street. And since we gave her that stop sign about 3 weeks ago, I haven't had any complaints from her yet. So along with this, as well as the improved sight line, we're hoping that this has mitigated the problem.
So am I to interpret those yellow lines around those trees as those are coming down?
Those, that was part of the original plan, but then we figured, wait, just taking out that one eucalyptus tree, open it up, and so, we're trying to preserve our trees and not just knock them down. So
yeah,
we decided that, those trees don't need to be knocked down after all.
Good to know. Councilman Rollins, did you have a comment?
Yeah. Going back to like where they can identify the people that are speeding and things like that, is there any ability to, I don't know, for lack of a better word, do a sting operation where you actually ticket some of those people that do the things wrong for a short period of time with the existing staff? I know you're in the process of getting the people through the academy so that you can have more police officers there, but that may be a while.
Absolutely. About 2 weeks ago, we sent a couple traffic officers out to that specific crosswalk in that area to write violations, which they each got one for that morning. So we are continuing to do that. We have done crosswalk undercover operations. That was probably about 2 years ago, where we sent an officer walking across the street to try and catch violators who weren't paying attention. So we have done those types of operations.
Yeah,
before.
and just another thing on offset, I did I want to appreciate, that you had somebody out there at Miranda Park, observing what was going on there as part of the whole police operation. I was there the other day and watched them.
Councilman Gala?
I was falling asleep here, but this.
Nice.
Don't tell us that.
What do you say about that?
Well, what I'm
You gotta
saying.
liven it up, Chief.
Yeah, what I'm saying is this photograph energized me because it reminded me of something that's very important. Look at this car to the right, and look how far it is beyond the stop line. And I brought this up a couple times over the last couple years. That it is so dangerous here because when that car's looking right, he's looking through all those ficus trees, so if he's going to be within the law, he's supposed to be behind that stop line, right?
He's supposed to stop there initially, and then he can come out and actually assist him. So, right, as long as he stops at the stop line first and then goes out to the intersection,
so
that's okay.
I can tell you from all the time I spent at the museum, there's a lot of people sitting back on that line trying to look out there and make sure it's safe to go. And can we move that line to the corner? Wouldn't that make sense?
It would. I will talk to the Public Works Director about that, and our Charles Cable and Fred Cameron, and we'll see what we can do to address that, because it does make more sense to move the line out farther. I'm certain there's a reason for it, but we can find out.
It looks like Councilman Burke's car, actually. I was just trying to liven it up.
And so the reason I actually show this picture is the strobe lights that you see at this intersection are the same strobe lights that we're now going to put at Ventura and Clara Street to assist with visibility, as well as opposed to those just slow amber fluorescent lights that.
Seen a lot of near misses here, so yeah, this is it's a difficult. It's hard to navigate coming this way.
Yes, it's a large intersection
It's hard.
and a weird end.
The
Right.
angle makes it tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So I wanted to remind all of our residents about our third and final water rate workshop, which is this Thursday. We originally only had 2 scheduled, but due to a few complaints of people on social media indicating that they were unaware of these workshops, and the attendance was very low at the first 2. We had a total of about 3 people between the 2 workshops.
Not good.
So we added another workshop. We sent out cards to all the water customers again. We had these flyers made. They're up on our billboards. They were posted on social media. They're at our city hall counters. So we made a concerted effort to make sure that everyone was aware of the additional session added. So we hope for a larger attendance this Thursday. I wanted to let everyone know about the moving wall coming in 2021. We are working with Larry from the museum. The board you see on the left here is a giant 4x8 billboard that we plan on erecting at the museum, as well as at the site of where the wall is going to go up. It's a fundraising board, and it's to get the interest from the people visiting the beach, as well as our residents, to donate towards this campaign, which we're looking to fundraise approximately $40,000, of which From the Earth was the first contributor of $5,000 towards this effort, as well as the law offices of Charles Green, who donated $1,000. So we're $6,000 on our way to achieving our final goal of $40,000.
Just want to let you know that at the VFW, we've been planning a series of events, and we've been taking donations on karaoke nights, and we have food events coming up over the next year. So the VFW is, I'm a member of the auxiliary due to my dad's service in the Korean War, but the VFW is very much excited to be a part of this and wants to, and we're going to, I don't know where we're going to get to, but we're going to raise a significant amount of funds.
Yes, and we're also going to start a GoFundMe page to allow the community to donate towards this campaign, as well as some promotional items like challenge coins to sell to the public to help promote this event. Challenge coins that have the moving wall on one side, the city of Port Hueneme on the other, and I'm sure, something to memorialize the event and that we can sell prior to the event as a fundraising opportunity. Okay, the Hueneme Beach Festival. The beach is back. We have consulted with Surly Creative, who we've brought on board to bring back the Hueneme Beach Festival. I just kind of wanted to make that formal announcement now. We are coming back to council at the next meeting to give them a real outline of the entire plan, how it's going to work, the dates, the times, the layout, everything you need to know about the Hueneme Beach Festival. Here are some prior posters from the past year. In fact, 2015 was the last year, and coincidentally, this year's Hueneme Beach Festival are the same exact dates, which is August 22nd and August 23rd. So it will be a 2-day event, and we plan on occupying both parking lots B and C. And there's a picture of the Sandcastle building contest, which was very popular, with first place getting $1,000. So again, From the Earth was the first one to already donate $40,000 in-kind donations, and their plan is to actually pay for all of the entertainment as well as the soundstage at the event.
And I want to let my council colleagues know that the first year we had the Sandcastle building contest, we ended up being one of the teams, not going for any of the awards, mind you, but we were out there doing our own sandcastle, so maybe that's what we end up doing this year as well.
Was there a picture of that sandcastle?
We probably could have, yeah. What we ended up doing is taking, it was like the logo or the art design from that year's sandcastle and actually recreating it on the beach in sand. We ended up having a moat, which I actually drew out the design, and we hit the water table. And so that moat actually was not a dry moat, but it was a wet moat during our building.
So our plan is to bring back some of the more popular activities to this event, such as the Chalk Festival, the Sandcastle building, and even the children's rides, the entertainment, as well as even looking at doing a surfing competition, a kite flying competition. So those are the different things that we're talking about, and we'll actually be creating our Hueneme Beach Festival committee here in the next week or so.
So do you have a date for that yet, Chief?
Which part? The
Hueneme
event?
Beach Festival?
It's August 22nd and 23rd.
Are these actual posters for that festival, or are these just past?
Past years, 2011.
But the same weekend, okay.
Yes, the last year we did it was 2015, and it's coincidentally the same dates this year, the
Great.
22nd and 23rd. So I wanted to let everyone know about the point in time count for the homeless. That's this next Wednesday, January 29th, I believe that says. And we'll be participating in that as in the previous year. In 2018, they said we only had 7 homeless. So in 2019, I made sure that our officers actually went out with them, and we counted 27 last year, and our officers will be going out with them again this year to make sure we get a proper count. So that leads me to this part. That actually concludes my presentation, but I wanted to leave this slide up as we venture into the next topic of conversation, which is the addition of the Emergency Preparedness and Communication Manager.
All right. Any comments or questions on the Chief's report before we move on to the next item?
So
On your statistics, it said something on rape. It had some new revised description. I was just curious what that was. It's a new description or something.
The way they classified the category of rape, it didn't include child molest. When a child was violated, it went under a different category, but now we count all of those, so that's why that asterisk is there on that category.
Okay.
And actually, the 3 rapes for 2019 were all child molest associated. None of them were adults.
I mean, I think we're pretty lucky. I was looking at the paper today, and I was looking at all the cities, not only in our area that had murders, but then murders that they never solved. And we're lucky we haven't had any the last couple of years.
That's correct, since July of 2017.
That's great.
Councilwoman.
So I had a couple of questions. So going back to the statistics there, where do the robberies or thefts, where are they tracked with with the boxes or the packages that are left at people's homes? Are they in,
Those are thefts.
those are thefts?
Those are thefts.
Okay, all right.
And so we actually have a problem with that, along with shoplifts are the two categories that we continually have to address in our community.
And then seeing that our numbers have gone down, where do we rate in terms of the size population of the city and what our crime statistics are?
So in terms of violent crime, I think only Ojai has less violent crime by numbers in the county. We won't know how we compare to other cities until these statistics are finalized, uploaded to DOJ, and then they put out a report, and it actually compares you against other cities of similar size.
And when does that happen?
Usually by the end of the year.
Oh, by the end, okay.
Yeah, but we'll be able to actually tell. What generally happens is all the other cities in the county put out their statistics for the year around the end of February, beginning of March. You'll see a lot of news articles on them. We'll also be sending out a press release once our statistics are finalized, and we'll be able to see how we compare to other cities.
Okay, and then going back to the corridor with 35-mile-an-hour kind of speed zone areas, that sign that sounds like it comes from the port,
Yes.
that trailer, I would really strongly encourage that be active and going every day, because if it's not working, then people are not going to be abiding by the miles per hour in that zone.
Absolutely, and we also will be doing enforcement along that corridor over the next month to really start sending a message.
Yeah, thanks. And then another thing too, and this could be if there's that traffic study or whatever that we end up doing in that corner, Market and Hueneme Road, as the trucks are heading east, there's nothing to stop them besides this, the light at Hueneme and Ventura Road, and they have to green light. I think they punch it out of there, and so they're tracking really high numbers. And I don't know if it would behoove us to put a stop sign at Market and Hueneme Road or something else that kind of helps the trucks not take off so fast from the gate, because I know, they're probably timed getting out there and they want to go as fast as they can. And so if there are some preventative measures at the beginning, maybe it would help slow the traffic down and realize that it's, it doesn't turn to 45 until they're in the Oxnard zone. So just some suggestions maybe to help slow down that traffic.
Okay. As a former driver of those cars, I know that they will punch it out of that area. I mean, because there's a kind of a philosophy to kind of move things along as well as possible, and so they'll take off.
Yeah, to the port's credit, due to the Department of Homeland Security, the truck traffic has increased over the last couple of months because a lot of the containers that have come off have to go off-site to get searched, and then they get returned back to the port. So as a result of that, there and back and then out again, it has increased truck traffic, and we hope that that's only a temporary solution right now to a much bigger problem, and the port is working with the Department of Homeland Security to address that security issue, and we're hoping to find a resolution to it in the next 6 months to a year.
Okay. All right, we ready to move on to item 11?
Thank you.
Thank you.
5.
Item 12, yes, you're right, thank you.
So before City Council, you have a staff report describing the addition of a new position in the city of Port Hueneme that would fall under the purview of the Port Hueneme Police Department, specifically the Chief of Police. It is a non-sworn civilian management position that we've titled Emergency Preparedness and Communication Manager. Nowadays, people would think communication manager means dispatch, but that communication manager now relates to people that are sending external or internal message within an organization. It's the individual that's responsible for getting out that message to the community and is there to assist our agency as well as the city of Port Hueneme in getting as much information out as possible, as well as being transparent. So before you, you do have this new position that existed more or less in 2013. The police department had a crime prevention officer who also worked as the emergency preparedness officer. That was Maggie Tugis. In 2013, due to budget constraints, her position was eliminated. So for the last 6 years, we've been without a crime prevention officer as well as an emergency preparedness officer. So this position is to help address a need that we have right now, which is emergency preparedness, as well as someone who can address all of our web page needs, our social media content, as well as being a public information officer, not only for the police department, but for the city of Port Hueneme. So some of the responsibilities include that really go in hand with each other, is because when you're an emergency preparedness officer, you're preparing the city for any type of disaster, you're planning for any disaster, you're training your community, but then you're also getting that message out. And so that's why this position runs hand in hand with each other. By bringing on this position, it'll allow us to have a specific individual that can collaborate with the Navy base, the County of Ventura, the port, as well as the City of Oxnard. This individual will also be responsible for all social media, city events, city publications, news releases, emergency preparedness, which includes plans, assessments, and preparation. Would also be responsible for creating a city resource guide, getting our emergency operations center online, getting the alternate emergency operations center online. So there's a multitude of tasks and disciplines that this person can easily fill in a full-time capacity. So if anyone has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Any questions from the chief? Councilman Gama?
So this wasn't budgeted for, correct?
It wasn't. There was an IT person that we budgeted beginning in fiscal year 2021 that we're going to use part of that salary to help us pay for this salary. The IT person was going to help us social media and web page content. So to answer your question, it's not in this year's, and we are partially funding it from a position that we were going to consider in 2021 that has already been approved in the 2-year budget.
So we're in the 7th month of our fiscal year, and I'm not sure when we got our mid-year review last year. Ken? Anyways, I'm interested to see where we are in our budget, number one. Number two, believe it or not, I was in charge of disaster preparedness for the Oxnard Union High School District as a part of my responsibilities as a risk manager. And we had 6 comprehensive high schools. We had to have 6 different plans for each high school. We had to have a plan for the district office. Disaster preparedness planning is like a really hard thing to get people to do, because how often do you have a disaster? Not very often, but every day you got to deal with the run-of-the-mill stuff that you do every day. So I am a little concerned that we're paying, it's a nice salary, and I'm wondering for a city our size if it's the best use of our resources. Currently, as I understand it, we have a part-time temporary risk manager, and I feel like a city our size should probably have a full-time risk manager, and if we had a full-time risk manager, then that part of that responsibility would be disaster preparedness, probably not communication, so I'm just a little leery of, because I do, and I've shared with you a number of concerns regarding risk management, day-to-day stuff that sometimes, I don't know if it's happening as it should, but I'm just a little concerned that this person may not have enough to do once, you get the plans in place and you're ready to, because once you have your plans developed, you're sitting around waiting to activate them, and so I'm just not sure if a city our size, I'm just trying to alleviate my concerns regarding the size of our city. We have a part-time risk manager, and now we're going to bring this person in. So,
And that's one of the primary reasons why we made it a hybrid position, which will be emergency preparedness as well as the communication manager, which will help with a web page, social media content. Something that we don't do right now is we're very reactive in terms of getting the message out to the public, and now we're going to be more proactive in creating content and getting the message out there about what our city is doing as well. So that's why we combine the positions to make sure that they were operating in a full-time capacity.
If I could address Councilman Gama's remarks, the emergency preparedness function is really a full-time job, and I shared this with the chief when we first spoke about this position. I have no problem necessarily with the position and the way it's designed, but I would like to have some input into the job description because it seems very oriented toward social media and communication and less so on emergency preparedness, emergency management. So having done this job, I'm still doing the job in some respects as a consultant, but for over 30 years, I can tell you that there's a lot more to this position than just developing a plan. The plan has to be participative. There's just not one plan. There's multiple plans that this position's responsible for. There's a lot of administrative duties that this position has in terms of grant management. If you intend to have this position apply for Homeland Security grants or emergency management performance grants, they are responsible for our operational readiness here in the cities, which means the EOC, making sure that's up to speed and that it has all the equipment it needs and that people are trained on the equipment. And you have somebody from IT to help maintain the equipment. There's a lot of coordination and training, working with community organizations, finding out what the school district has in terms of emergency plans. So it's a community there's a community focus to it, working with Boys and Girls Club, working with some of our key stakeholders in the community, make sure that they're prepared. So those are just some of those things. So I would like to see those and some of those items, and I'd be happy to send those over to you, Chief, so they can be included in this job description. So there is a lot that an emergency manager is responsible for, despite the size of the city. I think that their time could be taken up doing a lot of these key functions. But I do agree that it's doable. You get the right person who can do the social media component and the communication component, that it's, and you contract out to have the plan developed.
Yes.
And then that this person could
be actually doing the plan.
Could actually,
yes.
Yes. Yeah.
So I have a couple questions. So following on that, so you're saying that instead of working with a consultant, that this person would take that role?
No, I'm saying that the person you would still need to contract out to have the plan developed.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Because usually when you hire somebody is that they take on the role of what normally a consultant would do, that you
even
do
as
that
a-
work. I
yeah.
mean, that's what I'm accustomed to within
They
for-profit
may be able to
organizations.
assist in thus lowering the price because the person we bring on, may in fact be an expert already in this field, and may be able to do the plan. If not, and they're more public information officer based than emergency preparedness, which will be incumbent upon us to train that individual, we'll probably seek a contractor to assist us with the initial emergency preparedness
Because the
plan.
person who's managing the plan, if I may, is really working with the city departments and helping that contractor get the information they need. There's a lot more to it. It's a process. I mean, there's an equipment inventory. There's SOPs that have to go
Do that for
into it,
6
and
schools.
sometimes that person gets involved in the department level, working on those SOPs or EOPs.
Yeah, just, I think bottom line concern is that we want to make sure that, for every penny we spend, it's legit, meaning that, we push on the fact of we want to save some money, we push on the fact that, it's great to have reserves, that kind of thing. And so, it's just that concern, I think, from the standpoint of bringing on a position that maybe wasn't budgeted. But plus that too, on that note, is that when do you think you'd hire? Because if we're 7 months through the budget for this year, are you thinking that we'd hire within the next couple of months and that it would hit this year's budget?
Ideally, it'll hit the last part of this budget, but due to the cannabis money just being off the charts right now, we have more than enough to cover this expenditure.
I just wanted to ask one more question. And I'm sorry, I didn't mention this to you earlier, but do you plan on having this position manage the Neighborhood Watch program, bringing that program back under this position?
That could be one of the functions as well.
Okay, because that's another really important function I'd like to see.
And Councilmember Gama brought up a good point when I said the Navy, the port, but I forgot the schools as well. And this person could be working with the schools in terms of emergency preparedness.
Right, absolutely.
Especially our 4 elementary schools.
Yeah, so can I ask that a question is what would happen to the part-time risk manager that we have?
That he'll still be in place because he deals with a whole different.
It's very different position,
And
yes.
he deals with insurances and our
Claims,
risk management,
workers'
claims,
comp.
exactly.
More on the HR side?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I know that we approved a number of positions in the, I'm just wondering, like priorities and stuff like that. You know, we have a number of positions that we're trying to fill with the police officers. There's a number of positions that haven't been filled. How is this, I mean, what is your thoughts as why this is a priority over all the other different types of things that we're looking to do in the future? And then why one of the things that I'm concerned is we have a Measure U oversight that was supposed to kind of look over our expenses. They haven't even had a meeting yet to kind of look at, so we're kind of spending way before we, ideally they were supposed to be the ones to oversee our spending.
They actually met on January 13th for their very first meeting.
right.
It's the very next agenda item is an update for you.
So did they discuss this would be a budgetary item that they're supposed to oversight?
No, they haven't discussed this particular position.
I don't believe that that's their role, is to overlook our spending. Their role is to overlook the use of the Measure U funds.
To make sure that we're in compliance
Right.
with what its intended use is.
Yes.
So I'm not sure exactly what that is.
Okay, so to answer your question is, we are still continuing with the processes of hiring police officers right now, as well as community service officers. So that hasn't stopped yet. This is in addition to one of our priorities in our city is emergency preparedness based on some of the goals that the mayor has brought forth, as well as it's been lacking for the last 6 years, emergency preparedness and planning. And so we felt that this is in fact a critical position to bring back as soon as possible.
So other cities of our size, do they have a similar position?
Most cities have this position now, whether it's full-time or part-time. Most likely it's part-time for a city our size. That's why we've incorporated the public information officer component along with it.
So,
Councilman Gama, go ahead. I know you've been waiting. Thank you.
So, as the risk manager, OHSD is very complex in developing the disaster plans because we had to deal with the city of Oxnard, city of Camarillo, unincorporated area, the county, over here with the city of Hueneme, the port, the Navy. So yeah, we use a consultant, we develop a plan, and then we have a template, and then we take it out, and then we train everybody to get up to speed. And I could just tell you, it wasn't a full-time job for me, but there was a consultant involved, and so. We have to use the standardized emergency management system, and we have to get everything, our disaster preparedness supplies and all that. So again, I'm coming back to, if we have a highly energetic, capable risk manager full-time, and perhaps had that communication piece separated out, because I think, I don't know how, it seems to me it might be very difficult to find somebody with those excellent skill sets on both hands. Like, social media, it's definitely a millennial thing. It's not, I don't think you're going to find a 50-year-old. Well, I turn to young people to help me all the time because there's no instruction booklet on how to use Facebook. You have to figure it out.
You do pretty good.
Oh, I know, but it's not from my intellect. It's from resourcing it. But again, so I do feel like we need to have a qualified person on the disaster side, But I don't know. I just think I would rather see a full-time risk management professional.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me go.
Okay, well, I know we're all going to.
Okay.
Working aggressively on managing risk, reducing claims, and getting us prepared for a disaster. You know, identifying who's going to be the communication officer, identify who's going to be the incident commander, the backups, the EOC center, where's it going to be set up, where are the supplies going to be, if there's a disaster at Hueneme High School, how are we going to respond there? Are we going to use their gym? Are we going to go there? I mean, all these things are workable, but I just wondering if you're going to be able to find those two outstanding skill sets in one person.
Yeah, I was one of those people for 30 years, and I was one of the forerunners of using Facebook and social media for promoting emergency management programs. And if you can't effectively do your job as an emergency manager using social media, then you're not being effective. I mean, it's just a skill set that a good emergency manager has to have, is the use of social media and public information. That is one of the skills that a ESC or an emergency manager has to come equipped with. So, Especially nowadays, yeah. So, yeah, I wouldn't have been able to survive in this field if I didn't keep up on the technology. And I know for a fact that my peers are the same. You know, we've all grown together and had to adapt to using social media, and they really help get the word out about, preparedness, emergency response, what's happening in other countries, how that affects us here, what we can learn from other countries. Also, when there's another function that position performs, and that's volunteer management, volunteer coordination, the CERT team, that's another function. Are we going to continue with that? The Listos program, reaching out to the Spanish-speaking communities. I mean, the list can go on. There's a lot that position can do. But I would definitely say that position needs to come equipped with the knowledge of communication, how to operate, how to develop press releases, how to communicate with the public, how to do an interview with the media, how to reach out to the media. There's a lot of key aspects of being a PIO. Basically, you're a trained PIO when you come into emergency management. I'm sorry, Rich, you had Councilman
Right
Rollins.
now, the emergency what role does the fire department play in this, and who does it right now? I mean,
they do some of our search training. We've been doing our own contracting, our Listos training. We've been doing our own emergency preparedness booklet and guide in both English and Spanish. So a lot of that rests with the police department because we don't have
Sergeant Starna's right back behind you there.
Right, and actually Sergeant Starna is responsible for attending a lot of our emergency planning meetings with the Navy base. There's dozens of those meetings, especially with the port, and so there's
when you
enough.
enter add the school district in there and the business community.
Correct.
There's a lot.
There's a lot of meetings and a lot to go around to maintain this as a full-time
I
position.
know one of my priorities has been the whole public information officer thing that I don't think we have any really concentrated effort to do that per se. And I know there's a lot of things that are out there that, we've had discussions we didn't even realize they were out there, our own staff. And so I guess I'm a little conservative on that standpoint. I'm wondering if we need to go into this slowly and have perhaps even if we're going to have all this money, two separate positions for a public information officer. Maybe I'm going to throw this out like a part-time of each and see how it grows, and then maybe they warrant themselves a full-time position.
It's going to be hard to find someone on that level that will come in part-time and then transition to a full-time position.
I think if I could share with the council a job description of an emergency manager, you would get the feel of all the different things that they have to perform. I mean, it really is a full-time job, and me listing off the functions probably isn't, having the effect I would like to have on you, but it's...
Well, we have it here.
But except that the job description does not include as many of the job functions as I've seen and I've done in an emergency management position in that should be here. There's some things that are missing. So I would add those in there later.
So I had a question here, is that it says that this position would report to you, Chief?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that typical within a structure of a police department?
Yes, to fall under the law enforcement agency, especially when there's not a fire department component here. Yes.
When you're an emergency manager, you're on call 24/7. So the only way to really effectively do that is to be within an organization that is 24/7.
Just thinking as we go through this conversation, which is good to have conversations like this, we're interviewing potentially new city manager. We're halfway through, well, more than halfway through the budget year. And I wonder if we could have a disaster preparedness position that maybe we share with the port, because if there were a disaster that it's going to affect both of us, and coordination and mitigation and all these things, I mean, it might be something to explore. I'm just thinking outside the box. The port has facilities and we have facilities. So anyways, it's something that we might want to look at. But how about if we set a goal to address all of Mayor's concerns on the job description and then include it in our budget beginning July 1. I mean, that's really not that far away. And then maybe we could improve.
Well, you know, this is not just about emergency management. I think I've heard from the city council the need for communication. I've certainly heard from our residents the need for information about what's happening with the city. And I want to commend staff and Christy for putting together the newsletter that we've been getting. And now it's time, I think, to take that next step and be able to develop a newsletter and a communication avenue to our residents. We get letters from our residents all the time that they don't know what's going on, and there's no central location where they can go to get information on what's going on, and they're not going to necessarily always turn to the internet. So I think we need somebody to really focus on what we're doing here in the city, how we're communicating with our residents, keeping people informed. We have a lot of things coming down the pike, and we need somebody to manage that information, because that's our PR. And we don't really have anybody who's doing PR. And if we can get good PR when it comes to the difficult times, those people are going to be out there supporting us, if we can keep them in the loop and keep them informed.
So I could say historically is that when we did issue newsletter and we did issue information about what's going on for the year, it actually came out of the community side. It came out of recreation. That was one of the ways that we would notify residents what was going on. Like, you know, when trash would get picked up and what kind of programs were we going to have. And then the centerfold was the Hueneme Beach Festival. And, you know, so we used that, but we actually had to cut it back and cut it out when we had those budget,
It was a Hueneme
downturns.
Magazine.
Yes.
Which hasn't been updated
for, right, and
which
so,
they would be doing this.
but have to say that, you know, there were people within the organization that would do something like that. We ended up scaling it down to then have once a year issue, and it was both English and Spanish, but it wasn't from this perspective, it was from like an Anna perspective. Right. But it incorporated everything that we needed to say within a year's time. So we've had things like that, and I know many of our residents don't use social media, you know, so they like it the old-fashioned way, or they like some other way of communication. So I think we have to be open to maybe some of the avenues that we have used that hadn't been successful, because we do have a population that may not be millennials, but they may be more, you know, word of mouth and
And
come
that's
tell
where
me
this
about it.
communications manager position comes into play. They'd be responsible for those types of publications and getting the message out to all of our residents, whether it be Parks and Rec events, emergency preparedness information. I mean, the list goes on.
Yeah, so, you know, I was curious too about the relationship between this position and the police chief, and I asked the question of him, I was like, how is that going to work when you're chief of police, how are you going to ensure that the newsletter is going to be citywide? So that's just a commitment that you're prepared to make, right?
Yes. Yes.
And having been the manager now for a little while, you
It's
can-
not just the police department's PIO, it's the
Right.
city's PIO.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Would that be better, I mean, better served being under the city manager for a public information officer and the whole thing, even though, you'd have a, major part in it, obviously from the earthquake preparedness part of it, but, the public information officer, whenever I've seen it, it seems to be something like, out of the city manager's office.
I would say a majority of our press releases and news releases are generated by our police department, whether
where
it
the
be
need is the
fires, criminal activity, public awareness and education.
Yeah, it's probably more of like a 4/5, 1/5, or 3/5. Yeah.
So what if we hired a city manager that is really strong in these areas and, we kind of deny, point I'm trying to make is that this weekend, we're going to be interviewing 6 candidates, I believe, for the city manager position. And, and from the material I looked at, we got some pretty strong candidates. And so, I would like to hear, number one, I'd like to look at the budget, where we're at on the budget. We just talked about unfunded liabilities. We haven't even had a discussion on how we're going to address that. How do we begin to, buy down that debt? So, there's a lot of budget concerns that we'll be dealing with down the road. So, I'm just a little uncomfortable right now moving on it.
I just wanted to make one last comment. I just want the city council to know that the requirement for an emergency plan, emergency program is required by ordinance. I mean, it's not, city has not enforced it over the last years, but it is a requirement by ordinance that we provide for the safety of our residents.
Do we have
we don't have an updated plan.
We don't have an updated
Yeah,
plan.
and I don't want to be the one caught on CNN the morning after a disaster saying we don't have a plan.
Yeah.
And I know
Not
that,
me.
And I know that one of the times that we activated the, our OES, our emergency, was when there was the tsunami in Japan. And I was mayor that year, and so that was when, Dave Norman was here and, on standby, and everybody then activated it on the police department side, and, and then it came down later on. But I know that that was effectively one way that we said, okay, we need to turn everything on and get ready for whatever's coming. Notify the community, and I know it was all hands on deck from the police department side, where we had to clear the beach and, and make sure everybody was safe and things like that, and tell the port, work with the port about the ships not being in harbor and all that other kind of stuff. So I remember that day.
And over the time of my career, it was earthquake preparedness. That's what we would deal with.
Yeah.
Earthquake preparedness, then floods, then fires, then public health threats, now cybersecurity. The threat level and the number of threats have become increased in number and increased in complexity. We deal with a lot more situations now, and especially being co-located next to the base and the port, we are vulnerable. And I think it's essential we have an emergency plan and we have a robust emergency program.
Well,
I don't think any of you want to be caught on CNN the next morning saying we don't have a plan or we weren't prepared.
But we're going to have to contract out somebody else to create that plan?
The plan's created, it just needs to be updated. And
How often does that happen?
It happens every 5 years, but then you've got a hazard mitigation plan that's every 3 years, and then you have other
And this
emergency
person wouldn't be able to do that?
Well, I don't know.
It depends who we hire.
Yeah, it depends on who you hire.
I'd like to get my biggest bang for the buck, whatever it is.
I'd like to get 2 cents.
Well,
and
that's
just-
an emergency manager's job. That's their first job, is to see that plan is done. And the plan is just not a document. It's a process. You're meeting with people, you're making sure they understand their roles and responsibilities in the plan, you're making sure that they have agreements, you're working with the Red Cross to identify your shelter locations and that each of those shelter locations have agreements. So there's a lot of administrative responsibilities that this position carries.
There is, and the most important part of your safety plan, your disaster, is working the plan. And the only way you can work the plan is if you have a simulation, you have an exercise. The problem I had at OUHSD, the requirement for our safety plans was due in May. So I had to fight with these principals. Listen, you don't want to get caught on CNN. When the disaster hits, well, we didn't update our plan. So I can tell you right now, has our plan been updated? Because Rod Butler's not here anymore, right?
Our plan has not been updated. In
Right, and so that's so you constantly have to be updating the plan. Who's out on maternity leave right now? Oh, our first aid, our medical guy, you know, and so somebody. And the other thing that is
Because I've been conflict of interest.
interesting right now is that we've hired a HR manager, we've hired an assistant deputy city manager. We may have hired someone else, but I can't remember. But anyways, we have these new employees, and surely one of them probably at some point updated a disaster preparedness plan, because I'm pretty sure it's laid out within the SIMS model. And then so you have to decide who's going to do what, and then, you know, and so the hardest part is making sure it's updated, phone numbers, who's new over there, who's the new principal at Hueneme High School, making sure we have those, been able to communicate, so.
That's only a piece of it, I'm sorry, that's only a piece of
I'm
what.
not saying it's all of it.
But, yeah, and you're not updating it constantly. I mean, there's multiple parts to the plan, and you have an annex with all the phone numbers, and of course, that's high maintenance, but the rest of the plan that has other elements that you work with over the course of time, training people on. You have laws and regulations that change that have to be updated, so there's a lot more to it.
So if I may finish, I would hope that when we leave tonight, somebody is tasked tomorrow morning to update our current plan, because we don't want to be caught on CNN in 3 days if we have a disaster and we don't have a plan. So
that's not what's being agendized here right now. What's being agendized here is creating a position for the emergency preparedness. So any council action on that matter might be a Brown Act violation.
So you could always then suggest something be put on another agenda. You know.
Or for a report back on the status of the emergency plan.
Yeah, something like that.
Mhm. Is that something you'd like to do, Councilman Gama?
at the end of the meeting, perhaps,
Okay.
when we
All
get
right.
to that agendized item, right? That's right.
Okay. Any more questions or comments on this position?
I just want to emphasize that the public information part of it, I think, they're both priorities. But but I think the public information thing, so I would not want to see that where this particular position is just focused on one particular area and one particular purveyor of information for one particular area, that it is citywide.
That is correct.
And because there's a lot of different things that, I think, the brochure that used to come out, our website, and making people aware that there is even a website there to look at right now. I mean, I even tried to look at it myself, and it took me a while to figure out where it was and what was involved and how we get that information out. And I think I think you do an extremely good job of marketing, the police department and all the different things that you're involved. I don't see that happening with the rest of the city at all.
And that's exactly what I'm trying to do here.
Yeah.
So, can I just add? So it sounds like this position really is a comprehensive position. It's comprehensive in terms of what we want this person, whoever it be, to interface with both you and and then the new city manager as he or she comes on.
And it sounds like there's some value in starting now to bridge the gap maybe with some updating and some other plans that need to be put in place, but also too, making sure that our communications is alive and active here for the community that we serve, with not only residents, but those that do business here and the special districts that we have in the city. So with that, I would be willing to support this adoption moving forward. So I make the recommendation, or I make the motion to, for this position to be open, and support the move of, let me take a look at what it says here. Authorize the new classification specification for the position of Emergency Preparedness Communication Manager and adopt a resolution. So I move to approve that recommendation.
And I'm sorry, this would be for next budget year. At least I read here that would be for next budget year, starting next, not immediately.
So the chief, yeah.
Because the position falls under the police department, it's going to take 2 to 3 months to hire the individual, so that puts us into April, May. So there may be 2 months that kind of, we want to get them started as soon as possible. So it may leak into this fiscal year.
For a couple of months.
If you guys approve it today, it would be included when we do a mid-year review. If we delay it another 2 meetings, it'll be simultaneous, so it might be a little different. It's definitely not budgeted, so we will know that.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I will second it.
I'd like to ask the clerk for a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Munoz-Schnapp,
Yes.
Councilmember Rollins,
Yes.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes. Reluctant.
Mayor Hernandez.
Yes. Okay.
Passes
you.
with a 4-0 unanimous vote, and Councilmember Berg is absent for the record.
All right, moving on to item 13, City Council Liaison Committee appointments for 2020. More discussion. Lots of good discussion tonight.
I'll start out the discussion saying that I'm completely satisfied with being the Animal Services rep and the Beacon rep, and I'd like to remain in those 2 positions.
Okay.
I'm good with my positions.
Okay. So why don't we go down the list and begin with the Air Pollution Control Board? So that's,
That would be me. One thing that I was unable to make it to the last meeting, and there's no
I
alternate.
went for you.
Well, you did.
I
Okay.
did go, but there was no alternate.
There was no, so.
Right.
We should probably have a formal alternate then.
Well, they don't recognize formal alternates.
Oh.
Yeah, the Air Pollution Control Board doesn't recognize,
So, would they kick you out?
No, I didn't get to sit up at the dais. I sat in the audience.
Probably
but-
what happens.
Bummer.
Yeah. But I didn't stay for the whole
I'm
time
glad that
anyway.
you did give at least.
Yeah. But unfortunately, they don't, so I don't think we need to put an alternate in that position.
Okay.
Okay. And Animal Services Commission, I'm still an alternate for you, Councilman Gama. Is there anybody else who has desire to be an alternate? I've never had to serve.
Because he attends all the meetings.
You attend all the meetings, right?
What I'm supposed to do, right?
That's right.
Well, when you can't go to a meeting, then you let me know,
I
right?
try to go, I make it. Yes.
Okay.
There has been an occasion, one other one.
Okay, and then the Association of Water Agencies, I'm still serving as an alternate with the AWA. And then you're representing the Port Hueneme
Yes.
Water Agency, okay. Then the Beach Erosion Authority, definitely you, Councilman Gama, and I'd like to remain an alternate unless anybody, okay. And then the California Joint Powers Assurance Authority.
I'd like
Munoz-
to, yeah, I'd like to stay
Okay.
as the member.
And you're the alternate on that, okay. The City Port Standing Committee, I think we're going to switch that over and bring up Councilwoman Munoz-Schnapp. and I'd like to remain on that. Does anybody else have any interest?
This is the
The City Port Standing Committee?
So I think we made it to have the mayor and the mayor pro tem.
Yeah,
We
no,
changed that up about 2 years ago, I think.
But we still have, okay, right, okay, there's no alternate. Okay.
But there would be an alternate then for the city port standing committee.
Right,
so-
there is. So are any of you
Well, I
gentlemen?
wouldn't mind being an alternate for that.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Rollins, Councilman Rollins will be the alternate. And then we have EDCVC. I think Councilman Burke's requested to stay on that.
That's fine.
Okay. And then Gold Coast Transit, he definitely, Councilman Burke wants to remain on that, and you're listed as alternate, Raul?
Which I've
Council-
filled in, yes.
Okay. And then Point Mugu Regional Airport Authority, Councilwoman Schnapps, and I'm the alternate.
Sure.
We can leave that there. Port Hueneme Water Agency, Munoz Schnapps, Hernandez Rollins, and Gama's an alternate. Any changes there? Okay.
Like it.
Recreation, Education, Arts, Culture in Hueneme.
I said.
There's no
that-
alternate.
In fact, I have bumper stickers for you on that today.
I knew you were going to have something.
I had to have some
like
reason to
stickers.
tie it in. Yes, I would like to continue to
Okay.
be on that.
Okay.
Do we want to add an alternate?
There's no alternate designated. Is anybody else interested in serving as an alternate on REACH?
Stephen?
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, Gama? Very good. Okay, and then RDP 21, that's another arrangement with the mayor and the mayor pro tem. So that would be, I'm moving up as the primary, and
It'd be the
and
alternate.
Sylvia will be the alternate. Okay, Southern California Association of Governments, SCAG, no alternate, and that's Councilman Berg wishes to stay. Everybody okay with that? All right, Ventura Council of Governments, that's Munoz Snob with an alternate Berg. Stay the same?
Yeah, I'd like to stay
Okay.
on that.
Ventura County Transportation Commission, Councilman Berg would like to remain.
Yeah, that goes hand in glove with the Gold Coast Transit.
Sure. Okay, and then the Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance District Board, which I don't even know it's going to exist, but I will keep it if that's okay with everybody, unless you,
No, but on the transportation before, you said if they tie in with the Gold Coast, I'm an alternate for the Gold Coast. Should I be an alternate for that, or is there not a spot for that?
well, it says no alternate. That, does that mean,
I don't know if that means that they don't recognize when I can look into it.
So I'd
okay.
have to sit in the.
yeah, you'd have to sit
In the corner.
cheap
seats.
Yeah, the cheap
Right,
seats.
in the audience.
Okay.
I'll
Okay.
add Rollins if there is an alternate.
Okay.
Okay. And then the Ventura Regional Sanitation District, VRSD, and yes, I definitely would like to remain on that. And I didn't know you were my alternate, but very
Okay.
good. Okay. Yes, we're going through a very important
I heard.
year with the CUP, so they thought continuity was really important for the committee members. So
And you meet twice a month?
we meet twice a month, yes. And then some. One thing that's where's the sister city
So
committee?
it was below the Regional Defense Partnership,
Yeah,
RDP
you
21?
skipped over it.
I didn't get.
Oh.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So Sister City Committee, so
I'm sorry,
we've
I did
never,
add it, I promise.
we've never had it before. And so knowing that, hopefully we'll get this off the ground, is that it would be something new for the 2020 year, moving forward.
So has the new city approved this?
The letter is still being looked over right now. A couple of pairs of eyes are looking at the letter, both in English and Spanish for it, and so I haven't heard back yet, but as soon as we get that, then we can
Need a
send it
stretch
off.
break.
So it's, so it's in process. I can't tell you when it's gonna be ready, but it's over and with another organization right now.
So Councilwoman Munoz Snob, do you have,
what does it show as far as the
So
primary and
So
alternate?
it shows you as primary and me as alternate.
Okay, so it should be reversed,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Okay, no problem.
Are there any other committees I'm missing on this?
You
That was
covered
it?
them all.
Okay. Anybody have any other committees that are, you suggest that are not on this list?
I don't, like, there's when it ever shows
Oh,
up,
the
the Citizen Advisory Committee, I would tend to, you don't have a,
We can't have a council member appointed to that committee. They're
Yeah.
an approved oversight commission
The
that will
citizen
report to you.
well, I know the oversight is. But
But
is the
he's asking
advisory?
about the citizens
Advisory,
advisory.
that same, it's
I think that legal
it's the same reason.
legal
yeah.
advised that it was, it wouldn't allow for the group to have as open discussion as they could potentially have with a council member there, and their job is to report to you. So I think that
Because again, that's
it was
different, like in a lot
discouraged.
of other cities, like I know they had a Rec and Parks Commission, and they'd have like even in Oxnard, they have somebody from the council over, being the rep for that.
Yeah.
So
I
it
just.
seems
yeah.
different.
I asked about that too, and there were a number of reasons there would be a conflict of interest, but in absence of that opportunity, I did ask for a chance to address the committee, the Citizen Advisory Board or committee, at one of their initial meetings, just to kind of share with them our vision, our goals, or what's going on in the city as far as our priorities according to the strategic plan.
Are we able to attend those as a citizen?
Yes, absolutely. You can attend as a citizen.
Well, you can talk as a
You
citizen.
don't lose your First Amendment rights based
You
on
can't
elections.
talk as a
so
councilman,
you
but
can still talk.
I mean, because I remember when I first got involved in the Rec and Parks Commission, I just showed up. And they said, "What are you here for?" No.
Oh, I have like 2 lists in here in my notebook. I think that's what happened.
Oh.
Yeah, so I found the newer list. Okay, so we have a recommendation that the city council discuss and reorganize and reappoint council members to various committees, regional boards, and commissions for 2020. Do we approve the list as agreed on? Do we need a motion here? A voice vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any
Yes.
opposed? Okay, motion carries. All right, item 14, we're getting there, folks. Item 14, transactions and use tax citizen oversight committee meeting update. Here we go.
I'll make it real quick and stand up. We met a week ago last Monday for the first time, all 5, the Transaction and Use Tax Citizen Oversight Committee all met together. They selected a chair, which is Dawn Taylor, and the co-chair was David Shrivner. We went through and presented them with the sales tax Measure U revenue that we've received in the first quarter from April 1 to June 30th was $534,000, and from July 1 through September 30th, it was $616,000. So it's doing a lot better than we had hoped for. This is the first time we've had any kind of tax oversight committee, so we kind of went through establishing, explaining taxes, how they went. If anybody's interested in it, on the city's agenda webpage, a couple items below ours, you'll see January 13th for that transaction committee. It has the HDL information. It's really powerful for sales tax and explains the Measure U stuff. We set up our next meeting with the Measure U committee on April 14th. At that time, we're going to explain to them how we've used those funds and everything.
Thank you, Ken. I followed up with my appointee and paraphrasing, and I think he said something to the effect that we don't have to spend the money the way we said we were going to spend the money, or something to that effect. Could you tell us what was told to the advisory tax people?
In regards to that, if you have on your tax proposal a specific requirement for what those proceeds are going to be used for, it's a different voter requirement than what we have.
So
ours is for general use. It's basically any general fund use. We indicated in our informational material what we were using it for, but it was pretty broad and pretty general. It wasn't really specific. It's not like a grant where we have to follow a dollar from one end to the other. So it's a little bit different from that, and I think they were thinking there was more restricted funds, and that wasn't the case with the Measure U.
If I recall, it was public safety. In fact, something about not losing police officers.
Well, the information that was spread out, Chief Salinas and Rod Butler went around and they directly engaged everybody about it.
Right,
So-
but I'm trying to recall what I remember I saw something that was sent to my home.
Yeah, and
It
if
said
you,
potholes, don't let your police department go, or something like that, or?
it was basically referring to, I think our police department is around 40% of our general fund expenditure. So every general fund dollar that comes into the city, on average, 40 cents goes towards police protection. In the streets, a little bit comes from the general fund, another probably equal portion comes from gas tax, so that one isn't quite so definitive. But we kind of highlighted the most important activities and services that we provide from the general fund to continue going for those. We didn't say it was specifically earmarked for those, but it was these types of services were going to be supported by
So
the taxpayer.
does the advisory committee then just meet whenever they meet, and you come in and say, okay, here's what we spend the money on, and do they just go, okay, thanks? Or do they come up with suggestions for public safety and or other uses of the money?
Yeah, how do they oversee it?
Well, their intention, it's kind of like our financial statements. We contract with the CPA to basically the financial statements that myself as a finance director and the city manager produce and prepare. They come in as an independent body and say, yes, we look through these statements and they fairly represent the position you've stated. For this Measure U Transaction and Use Committee, they basically are an outside, unbiased source to us staff management to say, hey, we're using these funds to this. They look over that and they kind of say, yeah, this is for the intended purpose or not, or if they want some extra stuff, that's something they would put in, and when they make that action, that's what we would bring forward to the council. The Oversight Commission has looked on this. This is their statement. They don't really manage and direct the funds. They're there to oversee them and give to the electorate, not necessarily as much as to the staff and the council, the overview that, yeah, they've looked into these and they've kind of, that it is spent on the purpose that it was intended.
But the purpose is?
It's pretty broad, but it's
general.
It can't be used for reducing water rates. It can't be used for
The enterprise
storm drain.
funds.
Yeah, all the enterprise
Okay.
funds that are separate. So it does have some restrictions.
Right.
But those same restrictions that have the funds that, you know, the water utility funds and all those are restricted.
Just got
also.
one more, and I promise I'm done. But can we solicit from them community suggestions for use of the funds?
The resolution creating the Measure U Oversight Board contemplates that the board will look over the funds and will also present this council with an annual report that should contain recommendations as well as reviewing how the city has used the money. One of the things that should be pointed out, though, is that these are general tax funds. And so, unlike a special tax, they can be used for a broad variety of purposes, and the city council is under absolutely no requirement to follow what the Measure U Oversight Committee says. However, the committee itself does have the power to recommend to this city council how those funds should be used. They have the ability to submit an annual report to this council, and then it's within the council's discretion to follow that advice or not.
Yeah, and I think we need to leverage that process to give them purpose. Not that they may come up with a recommendation that we all just go, I don't think so, but generally, I think they're going to come up with reasonable suggestions, at least I would hope so. And so I would hope to not empower them, but just give them,
I'm probably going to be the best person to lead them through this because I'm kind of financially conservative, really practical in my approach to things. So if they're going to come up with recommendations, we have kind of an informal setting where I'll be able to kind of say, well, you probably don't want to say, we really want to use those funds to build an overpass from the port directly to 101. It costs you $600 million just probably to get to our city limit line. You know, so some of those types of things to keep them focused on an area. If they say, hey, we'd like to see some, mixed martial arts classes at the community center, that type of stuff would be kind of added to that you as the council could say, yeah, we would like to have some youth activities or some specific activities. I think one of the members there was talking about a skateboard park. That type of stuff, it really gets the snowball rolling at the top of the hill, but it's going to take you guys and the rest of the community to buy in to really get some movement there. They're not going to be able to say, oh, we disapprove of this, don't use that money, you got to use it for something else.
Right.
It's not kind of that management of the money, but they need to be independent to kind of give their overview of the use of that money.
So the money just goes into the general fund?
Yes, but I also like to note that when Rod and I were out there selling this, not selling it, but giving the information to the community, it was clear that they wanted an investment in public safety and parks and recreation.
Correct.
And so that's what we want to deliver, because in 10 years from now, when we come back again with another 1 cent sales tax and we haven't delivered on this previous measure, money, then they're not going to approve that. So we do want to follow through on exactly what we told them we were going to use the money on.
If it was just a financial concern, I'd be on the same bandwagon with you. All this Measure U money should be going to buy down our debt, whether it be PERS unfunded liability debt, other debts, because I like to see that money going to something else rather than interest. But sometimes you kind of have to temper that with, well, we want to get something built, we're going to have to borrow it if we want to make that mark, rather than save for 10 years or 15 years before you can afford to do something, as opposed to paying for it for 20 or 25.
Feeling you, Ken.
And in fact, Section 5602 of the city's municipal code identifies the stated purposes of this, and those are to enhance public safety by supporting the viability of the city's police department, to provide quick responses to 911 emergencies and neighborhood police patrols, to prevent gang activity and drug-related crimes,
Graffiti.
to maintain city streets and repair potholes, to repair and maintain public buildings and infrastructure, including but not limited to curbs, storm drains, and gutters, to support crime prevention and investigations, to keep public areas clean and free of graffiti, including but not limited to graffiti abatement, and to maintain parks, beaches, and recreation facilities. So the overall purpose of this is very broad, but it was related to emergency services and public infrastructure.
Nice.
This group, the Measure U committee, they're subject to the Brown Act, correct?
Yeah.
Is somebody taking minutes, producing minutes from these meetings?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay. So we can expect something in writing from you next time, or?
Yeah, I've got a
Okay.
draft of the minutes, but I didn't think it was appropriate to bring them forward. At the next meeting, we'll approve the last Monday's
Okay.
minutes. Those I'll bring forward, probably even by the time we meet with them, have some type of draft report that I would be presenting to them, maybe even the same one brought forward with an indication of what their actions or what their thoughts were.
And I would like the same opportunity to meet with the Measure U committee, just to talk about our strategic plan and our goals and objectives, just to keep them kind of in the loop on where we're going. So if they're making those kinds of decisions, they know relatively that it falls within the strategic plan.
I think that's pertinent. I mean, they kind of need to know the direction before they can kind of really
Exactly.
give oversight to how we're spending the money.
Right.
It's kind of like a similar relationship to like the oversight committee with the former redevelopment agency. They don't direct any of those activities, but they
Right,
have
I
a
understand that.
fiduciary role.
But I think it's something that they should be in the loop on, the fact that we are working on that. So when they come to that point where they're brainstorming or whatever, they have that knowledge.
Yeah, I would definitely consider them a stakeholder, both as a resident and as a supportive party to the city's operation.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else? Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, on to item 15, update regarding odor complaint in southeastern Port Hueneme.
Stinks.
Deputy City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor Hernandez. So there's not a whole lot more to report. As you know, Rod, I believe, met with Rudy Rabin, who is the plant manager over at New Indy, And I was not included in those conversations. Nobody likes to hang out with attorneys. And so what culminated from that was apparently a willingness to open up New Indy's doors and allow this council to go and tour the facility and learn something about their processes, and in an effort, I believe, to dissuade any ideas that the odor is coming from their buildings and whatnot. So currently, I believe it's scheduled for February 4th and February 10th. And I know I will be in attendance on the February 4th tour. And then I believe Chief Salinas and Deputy City Manager Charles Peretz will be on the others.
Yeah, then the mayor and I are going one day.
Right.
And it has, part of that was Dr. Lackey was the Air Pollution Board was going to be involved doing some kind of presentation as to what, because I remember seeing, I sent it out there, and then I know that Mr. Butler and him, I saw a bunch of emails going back that things are going to move forward on it.
Oh, you're referring to Dr. Bromber and the Winimi Foundation and the monitoring of the air quality control?
No, Dr. Lackey, the Ventura County Air Pollution Board.
Yeah, Dr. Lackey actually offered to come and do a presentation before council and said he would get back to us after he returned back from his winter break.
Right.
We haven't heard from him yet, so what I'll do is I'll follow up with another email
Okay.
to him and see if he's willing to come and make that presentation to us.
Any more comments, questions?
You know,
Councilman Gama?
The other day, I stopped by to visit Mr. Rollins, and
you did,
and the smell was ripe, and we both commented like, "There's that smell." I'm like, "Man, I could really smell it." Like, because honestly, I haven't really smelled it very often. Every now and then, it creeps into if I have a window open at night, or, I can, but it was, and then social media was blowing up a little bit. And the only reason why I know that because I got several emails, and so I'm just wondering, like, and I've worked in chemical compounding before, and so I'm just wondering, is this a stage tour? I mean, because there's definitely a smell of rotting paper that it's, and I just don't understand what a tour is going to do. I mean.
It's an opportunity to gain new information.
Yeah.
And ask questions, right?
Essentially, nobody's been able to
Ever.
get into this facility.
Never.
Nobody's been able to tour it. Nobody's been able to, apparently there was allegations that New Indy was not complying with the complaint process, was not responding to citizen complaints or telephone calls, and here they are opening up their doors to the city council to kind of gain some transparency.
Okay, I'm gonna make myself available to go, but again, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it is a real smell. I've driven down Perkins and just sort of hung out at the factory just to see, and because I was trying to identify where it was coming from, and it was.
Yeah, but the day we go, it won't. It's gonna smell beautiful. It's like,
And I think, Councilman Gama, I really hope you go, because with your background and your experience, you might be able to see some things there that we wouldn't normally be in tune with, so.
well, I don't want to make any disparaging comments or anything like that, but one of the reasons why in risk management you don't do pre-announced inspections is because everything gets cleaned up and put away. So, again, I'm just wondering if there's going to be staging occurring, but I will gladly go and I will ask a lot of questions clearly, and I will stick my nose around all over. But I mean, there is this phenomena every now and then that it's amazing.
I understand the frustration. Unfortunately, the city of Port Hueneme has absolutely zero regulatory authority in this matter.
And I would just like to
That
add,
stinks, doesn't it?
Dr. Baumgarter, is he a doctor?
Dr. Bromberg.
Bromberg, yes, he was at the RDP 21 meeting, and he asked, he raised his hand during public comment and asked for the floor to do a presentation at a future meeting on the odor issue, and particularly the Oxnard treatment facility, which he is trying to build an effort to replace. And he didn't get much response. I suggested to him that he needs to do a white paper, put something in writing, and that it come from the city of Oxnard, maybe ourselves as well, sign the letter, and then, and his foundation. He's not making much headway with RDP 21. Unfortunately, he's trying to make the argument that if the Oxnard treatment facility fails, we're going to be in trouble, but also the Navy's going to be in trouble. So it's a serious issue. Unfortunately, he's not getting the response that.
And the snowy plover's going to be in trouble.
Now we got,
And then we're talking.
Yeah.
That's like kicking Sophie.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Anything else? Thank you, Mr. City Attorney.
You're welcome.
All right. Okay, we're now on council member reports, comments, and requests for future agenda items. Who would like to begin? Okay.
And I don't know if it's a future agenda item, but just to throw it out there, they're redeveloping the sidewalk plan and the rules and stuff like that. In the back of my mind, it clicked to me that years ago, and I don't know if it's still in existence, there was some kind of a fund or a plan where people who are of low income could apply for funds to fix up their area, fix up their home, whatever. Sylvia, you remember about that?
It was some kind of preservation fund. I think it's out of the Tony side of the House Community Development.
Yeah.
But
Is that still in existence, or, because I remember there was specifically for people who wanted to fix up their homes, and there was a fund to be able to do that.
It's like a low interest.
Look. So I don't need an answer now, but I would like staff to investigate whether that could possibly be used if we eventually adopt, the sidewalk plan, and a citizen has to fix their sidewalk but doesn't have the funds because they're low income, whether or not they could tap into that as a way to fix the sidewalks, which we all want to be fixed. Anyway, if you could check that out.
Yes.
Okay. I went to the REACH. Yeah, well, it went, REACH. I'm going to give each one of you this logo. Actually, the idea of it came partially from Mr. Gama, but it was REACH Hueneme Beach, and I'm going to give you each one of these.
This is a REACH new logo for REACH?
It's the logo,
Our motto for REACH?
Well, yeah.
Marketing.
Slogan.
Hook.
And
for REACH.
Yes.
No, for Hueneme Beach.
Well, REACH Hueneme Beach, but anyway, what we're going to be hoping to do is perhaps as a way to raise money for REACH, that we could sell these stickers to people, if they'd like to donate money, and then also for the people who actually already have donated a brick, I'll be presenting those to them too. So.
Very nice.
And then finally, I, along with Mr. Gama, we went to the MLK March in Oxnard the other day, and I was impressed. There was hundreds of people that were there, and it was really, it was really touching. That their big push was not only was for equal rights for all people, people of color, people of that the women and the men had equal rights, and that also people of different sexual orientations and stuff like that, that we treat everybody fairly. So it was fairly comprehensive in that respect, and I think people with disabilities, so they were touching base on all of those things, and it was well turned out by all the various different political powers to be.
Councilman Gama?
Yes, I too enjoyed the MLK March. I think it was my fourth year now going, and on that over the last couple of years, I would take my clients there, my brain injured clients, and so yeah, it's very important to recognize everybody's value, and the kids, a lot of kids participating. Rio Mesa High School band was there, I believe, and yeah, it was just a wonderful experience. So, a couple things. I don't know if it needs to be agendized. Well, maybe it does, but. So speaking about disaster preparedness and emergency response, one of the things that kind of has been in the back of my mind when we initiate the food truck event is that we clog up the area to where if there is a drowning or somebody in trouble, it's the staging area for disaster recovery. So in other words, the fire, the ambulance come and they stage right there at the turnaround there where the bathroom is. So I was wondering perhaps if I don't know if we need to agendize this, but if we could look at during the food truck event, maybe keeping that area open in the event that somebody gets in trouble in the ocean, and then maybe just have the food trucks line up to the right side of Surfside Seafood. So I don't know if that, again, needs to be agendized, but I think it's something, again, it's just been bothering me a little bit as I wake up at night and have nothing to do. One of the things I hope that we could get on the agenda soon is the discussion on traffic study, truck traffic study, and perhaps all traffic study. But I think we're due for a truck traffic study, and maybe we could ask the port to fund it, either wholly or partially, but I don't know the process to get that going. Also, I'd like to get our mid-year budget review going, and I would hope that in the future we could get it at or about this time so that we see where we are. That's based upon actual expenditures up into date, so we could look at potential budget revisions. Also, I'd like to see our budget workshop calendar produced here pretty soon too, because June's going to come quick, and so oh yes, and I would like to see this unfunded. We had some really great information, complicated information, but I have unsuccessfully not been able to move this council to. In my very first meeting, I made it an issue. We have to deal with this, and whether it's $100,000 a year, we got to find a way to try to reverse the trend that is our payments going up and our funded position going down. So my hope is that we could agendize that and perhaps bring back Pete with solutions, and also make sure that we discuss this pension obligation bonds, which the city of Simi Valley just recently did, which, as I understand it, is a highly risky alternative, and so I hope that we could explore good measures and perhaps the not so good measures to try and address the unfunded liability. And that's it. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Gama mentioned, why don't I let you go next, and then I'll go last.
Go ahead if you want to.
Did you have something else? Okay.
Oh,
You go
okay.
ahead.
Okay. So for the couple of commissions and groups that I sit on the board, Port Hueneme Water Agency, tonight we passed the 2019-2020 budget, and the good news is that all our member organizations don't really have a increase in the rate that we're charging for water, but we have started to include in our budget some of the improvements going on at United Water Conservation location. And it's not only the treatment plant that they want to then establish there, so that by the time we get the water, it's, the manganese and iron is pulled from it and we can run it through our membrane system. That's going to be ongoing kind of investment there. And then we also found out there's some other bigger, or not as big changes, but other changes that we needed to include in our budget coming from United Water Conservation. So that was good news on there. We'll do the reorganization for the for PHWA next month. And then we also had a report on the fact that PHWA might file a variance in terms of then what the allocation has come to be based on the time frame that has been used by Fox and Canyon groundwater and management. And so we got an update tonight from Attorney Peter Candy on that. So that's PHWA. On the Council of Governments, we did have a couple of interesting reports this last month. We don't meet every month. We meet like every other month. And one of the things that you probably have seen in the paper is that the County of Ventura put together an urgency ordinance based on setback for all the hemp growers in Ventura County. So it's a half-a-mile setback. And they did talk about other counties having these kinds of regulations in place. There's over 40,000 acres in Ventura County being used to grow hemp. And of that, there's 53 registered organizations that are using that 40,000. 3,563 acres were planted in 2019. So, you know, they gave out a lot of numbers, but basically we found out that most of the communities impacted would be like Moore Park. I didn't realize, but Moore Park has an incredible, the community has been impacted by the smell of cannabis, by hemp.
I went on a water tour and I saw the different hemp farms that they had.
So it may not be Port Hueneme and Oxnard, but they kind of drew a line around like, okay, if this is what that means, half a mile away, it does help maybe curb some of the growing in some of the other areas of Ventura County that you and I may not ever think that they had been impacted, but they have. And so clearly it's something that wasn't addressed ahead of time in terms of how many hemp growers were they going to have in Ventura County. They kind of let the market kind of speak for itself. And so we did have the gentleman that heads up the Agricultural Commission come out and speak to us about that. Anyway, so that was an interesting conversation that we had there and the presentation. I'll try to get a hold of it through Hugh and send it on to everybody in case you'd like to see some details on that. And then I also attended the Ventura County Coastal Association of Realtors board installation. This is like the second year that I've attended. And they have really good information that they pass along. They install their new board. They're comprised of realtors and everybody who's associated with the real estate business. So it would be, you know, anywhere from banks then to a new system that does all their system of advertising. So it's like that they have a certain name for it, and it escapes me now, but so it's folks like that that kind of help the whole industry. And one of the things that I had mentioned to our interim city manager that they've implemented this last year is they realized that as a coastal community, they might not be able, each individual coastal community like ours, Ventura County, may not be able to challenge or to bring up issues with the Coastal Commission. But they realize that there's many more counties besides Ventura County who are impacted by Coastal Commission decisions and oversight. Mm-hmm. And so what they ended up doing is pulling together a PAC or a committee that is formed by 14 other Association of Realtors organizations, and then with that they can press forward on issues. And so they offer the opportunity to work with the city on anything that we may need that might be an issue with Coastal Commission, because they realized that they had brought on some consultants and others to affect maybe change.
but looking at it strategically and building this coalition versus just one-on-one, you just can't handle it that way. So that was some good news coming from that. That's the end of my
Okay,
report.
thank you. I just have a couple of things. I know it's getting late. I had the pleasure of meeting Seth and Nancy Bonilla, who run the food pantry at 250 Market Street. They serve food to families who are food insecure and also to the homeless. And a very, very dedicated couple, well experienced in managing the food pantries. And it gave me the thought, especially with the fact that we're doing the homeless count coming up this month, is I would like to host a mayor's forum on homelessness here in Hueneme, bringing together the agencies that work with the homeless and have a discussion about what the problem really is, maybe get some community input onto how to resolve the issue, get some our hands around what some of the problems are specific to Port Hueneme. So I'd like to work with staff on that, come up with a schedule, maybe a plan to host something maybe here at the community center or somewhere else within the city. I don't think there's ever been one for the city alone, but I know that we've done things at the county level, but not at the city level. I think it'd be worth exploring and having an opportunity to share that information with our residents. The other thing is I'd like to know if there's a policy on the distribution of the cannabis money that's used toward donations, because I've seen the list of organizations that have received money from the cannabis donations, but I'm not sure of what the process is for distribution of those funds, how somebody becomes eligible to receive cannabis money.
Like the nonprofits?
The nonprofit, yeah, the donations, yes.
I can address that right now.
Okay.
So the city doesn't provide the dispensaries with a protocol because it's for them to donate the money to any type of verified nonprofit organization within the city of Port Hueneme, or there must be a nexus. An example of nexus would be the Regional Homeless Shelter or the Fireworks Show,
Okay.
or even Ormond Beach. You know, they're tied into. So several of the organizations, like let's say the Soroptimist Club or Ventura County Land Trust, have come to the city, talk to us, and then what we do is we give the information out to the dispensaries, and then they decide who they want to donate to. We don't put any type of restrictions on that, nor we have that connections and that availability to go to them and ask them for certain projects. But we just put them in touch with these organizations once we have verified that they're qualified in terms of work here in this community, type of qualified.
Okay, so the Boys and Girls Club comes to the city manager, right? Or who do they come to?
The Boys and Girls.
Just as an example.
Sure. Well,
Just-
that's an easy one because we know that one qualifies.
Just if it reflects the common standard of how that happens.
An example would be the Ventura County Land Trust that recently came to
Okay.
us, and we wanted to make sure that.
We're getting off topic, and this is getting into discussion. You can
Okay.
ask
Okay.
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 Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So, yeah. Well, what I'll do is I'll make a presentation, and I can talk specifically about that.
That would be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah. There's nonprofits that I'm aware of. I don't know how they how to get them access to that money. And it just seems like we have a hand in it somewhere. So I just want to know what that is. Okay.
It would
Thank
be
you.
good to clarify that, huh?
Mm-hmm. Okay. And I think that's all I have for now. You have one more? Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify that there's 40,000 acres available for ag growth in Ventura County. 3,563 acres were planted in 2019 with hemp, so I just wanted to clarify all of that. It's not 40,000 on hemp. So that's one thing. And then the second thing too is that being that we'd like to establish a sister city committee, that anybody who is actually watching this or listening to this, if you want to volunteer for this committee, just go ahead and send me an email or give me a call.
Oh, and along that line, also I had one more thing, the Hueneme Beach Festival. We had some discussion about using the Citizen Advisory Committee as part of the planning group. So If you could keep that on your radar, Mr. City Manager, when you convene the planning group, that we include them on that effort somehow. I think might be a good place for them. And with that, if there are no further comments or questions, I will adjourn the meeting at 11:13. I don't see any speaker cards. Anybody wanting to speak? So we'll adjourn the meeting 11:13 until February 3rd. Thank you.
Oh, on Monday.
Oh, yes, thank you. We have,
Oh, Saturday,
we're
that's
adjourning
right,
to the
Saturday.
special meeting of Saturday, January 25th. 9 a.m., the regular meeting, February 3rd at 6:30. So the 9 a.m. meeting is where? Here, where? In the back, large conference room? Okay, great, thank you.
Thanks.